October 30th, 2023, and we're here at Texas Card House for TCH Live, coming to you from Austin, 250 Limit Hold'em, as we usually do on Mondays around here. I'm William Lottie, the New York Knit with you, and alongside me, I've got
Kyle Frisbee. Great to be with you, Lottie, for the first time.
Great to finally do a show with you, Kyle.
Absolutely.
And we're just about to get started here. Looks like we're gonna be starting with a $10 PLO double board bomb pot, as we usually do. We got Carly in the box. I see a bunch of chips in the middle, those $10 annies from our players here. And I think we're just getting the last player set up here, and then we'll see 4 cards and 2 flops dealt out. Hope you've all had a great weekend. How about you, Kyle?
Yeah, very nice weekend. Yeah, great to be here. Been looking apparently we have a pretty interesting lineup coming up, so I'm sure we'll introduce those folks as we go along here.
Yeah, I hear that we're going to have a accomplished player in seat 9. He'll get in here in just a moment. Here come the cards. I spent the weekend playing some poker myself up north. Played a couple of tournaments up in Oklahoma. Main cashed one and just got absolutely torched in the other one. Though I hear our friends AA Ron had a somewhat better run than I did.
Very nice.
Ace, King, 5, 2 spades, the first flop. The second flop, 9, 7, 6, rainbow. Aces and 5s for bowls. Also the nuts straight on the bottom, but no backup for him apart from a back door. That's for C2, so probably feels like there's some scoopability potentially. Corey with middle set on the bottom, that could potentially be problematic. Everyone checking. 5 pairs on top, 6 pairs on bottom. So many paired boards. And Bull's going to pot it to 80 with his 5s full of aces. Corey with 7s full of 6s on the bottom. Has that one locked up and just calls. He wants to keep this multi-way as much as he can, having all of one board, none of the other. And it's going to be heads up, unfortunately, for him. Spades will come in on the top. Not that they were good anyway. Not that anybody had spades anyway. Bull's going to make it 240, full pot. Corey going to just call. And they're going to chop it up. 5s full of aces and 7s full of 6s.
Pretty standard there.
Yeah, a couple of boats. Not a lot of chaos, though. We got heads up right away.
Not yet. People probably, our players probably feeling each other out a little bit.
Yeah, I would think so. Especially in these bomb pots where you're playing a somewhat different game and you're playing very multi-way. I think maybe people are getting a little bit more accustomed to the idea where you really want something that's more nutted.
Absolutely.
Maybe going to be like 8 ways. And we'll begin the whole portion of the evening. I got a case of Mondays.
I do agree with the one thing you said, though. I think a lot of people make a mistake of they have one board locked up before the river, and they'll force out other action by raising too much. You know, you want that third or maybe even if you're lucky 4th player in there. So.
Yeah, the moment you get it heads up, you stop making money.
Exactly.
Then your only move is to blast the other guy off of his half if you're lucky, and then you get all the money. Behold, I'm looking for some money here. 7-3 suited, going to open up that button. $35. I think the 10 is on here. Bull's calling that small blind. Corey folding. Seat 4. I don't think it's that Johnny Vibes. It's a different Johnny Vibes.
Different Johnny Vibes.
I played with the real one. That ain't it.
That ain't it. I've seen Johnny here a few times. He's somehow always seems to be in the same seat there, but I guess he just draws it.
They do randomly draw for seats before the show starts. Bulls with middle pair here. And the best hand, B holds him with the backdoor diamonds. Going to continue here. $45. Bull's going to go nowhere. 6 on the turn is a dud. See if B Holden wants to keep telling the story Now the back doors have gone away. If he's going to bet here, I think he is going to triple off. He's not going to bet, though. He's going to check back. 9 on the end is going to be 3 9s for bulls.
Wow, Bull's trapping here.
He thinks his
Trying
only
to
path
get a
to
bluff.
money is to
He's
induce
going to get it.
Here we go.
Be interesting to see if he raises or just flats here. A lot of people would be inclined maybe just to flat.
If you're going to raise, like, you're going to have to move all in with the stack depth as short as it is. You could certainly say I missed my spades.
Yeah, then you need to
and be playing it as a check shove. I'm probably shoving here. I think you can get called by a king. That said, a king probably bets the turn, so it is kind of weird that way.
Yeah. So he's going to go for a small.
I actually
raise.
thought today, all right.
Unless it's a 300.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think a jam there looks more bluffy and it might get called lighter. A lot of times when people put 80% of their stack in on the river, that looks very strong.
You are telegraphing exactly where you want this to go. That said, the Hold'em is going straight to the muck with his 7 high, regardless of the sizing in this case. And Bull's picking up another one.
What was great about it is Russell was all in on that.
Yeah, so
He had
it
ace
was less
eight.
like
And
where
then ace came out.
Watch some football this weekend.
Russell won.
A lot of football, actually. Watched my Aggies win against South Carolina, my Cowboys win, so it was a good weekend. I think you watched some football, correct?
I did. I watched those Denver Broncos I like so much finally beating the Chiefs for the first time in forever.
I saw a lot of people saying that that score was the reason they don't bet on the NFL, because that one was tough to see coming for the casual fan. But I know you said you felt like it might be coming.
Yeah.
A Broncos win.
Yeah, it's got to happen sometimes, right?
They seem to be improving kind of week over week since the rough start.
Yeah.
Like we got a raise from ace queen suited and quick fold, so we're on to the next one.
We sure are. We'll see picking up his first $7 of the night.
how many times have you said that?
Yeah, I was torn between playing poker and watching football. The Denver game was the one that I saw the most of, and then also watching some Formula One yesterday.
Oh yeah, who won
Prix.
that? I didn't catch
Max
that.
Verstappen won that race, as he usually does. I do wonder if we saw Sergio Perez's career end yesterday at his home race, out-qualified by the B team, and he goes out on the first turn running into somebody. And, yeah.
Sounds like a rough go. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a rough year, and we might have seen the last of him in the series after this year. Still an interesting race, though. Not a lot of drama at the front, but lots of mid-pack action. So we go 3 ways here. King 8-5. Chris has a pair of 8s. James has the better pair of that with the 10s. And Chris picks up a gutter here. Chris bets 40. Kevin calling with his open ender. James calling with his second pair. Speaking of pairs, the 7 just paired, and the clubs came in. I think everyone's going to be afraid that the other players got there.
Take showdown. Yep.
10s will get the job done for James.
You may be a more, I guess, informed F1 fan than myself, but I heard that, I want to say that they spent, it was an absurd amount of money on the asphalt for the track there in Las Vegas.
Yeah,
Oh,
so F1 has a tendency to spend a ridiculous amount of money on pretty much everything.
Yeah.
And I don't know the dollar number, but they did spend a lot of money repaving all those roads that they're going to be racing
It's
on in a
wild.
few weeks in Vegas. Like it's a street track. They're actually using the streets. In fact, I was there when they were tearing up half of Las Vegas Boulevard over the summer to put that special pavement down. And we've got a player in seat 9, Matt Graham, a 2-time bracelet winner, walking straight into some queens. That's not even fair. He's got 2 bracelets. You're going to give him a good hand like queens. Makes it 30.
Runs good and plays good.
He gets 1 taker at least. He's going to get just the 1 taker. It's going to be Bulls with the King-9 offsuit. Going to try and outflop him here. He does not. 10-3 deuce. Pretty safe for those queens. 40 is the bet, and that'll be a quick exit for Bulls. Yeah, so I've got his player bio up here. He's got 2 bracelets. The first one was the 1500 Limit Hold'em Shootout, according to this. I didn't know there was a Limit Hold'em Shootout once upon a
did
time.
not.
There's a No Limit Hold'em Shootout now.
Yeah.
In fact, I've bubbled it the last 2 years.
Oh, no.
100 people bubble that tournament every year. So it's not
Oh,
as special
wow.
as it sounds.
Yeah.
So that was the first one. And then the other one was a pretty legit one. It was the 10K PLO in 2009.
Wow. That's
You win a 10K at the series, that's legit.
and that was for
especially
about
something
$1
like
million,
PLO.
right?
Oh, that's his total earnings. The PLO is just under 680.
Wow.
His total WSOP earnings are just under 1.2 million lifetime.
Wow.
Very accomplished player.
And it's a live 10. Too cool.
Bean, we see you in chat. Howdy back.
Yeah, it's good to see you all in the chat. Lots of familiar faces. Be sure to hit that like button on the way in. Queens making the rounds. This time it's Kevin with the queens. 3-bet incoming.
180. You have to 7
And it's 180. That's the price tag here. Probably clears it out. These are some pretty ragged holdings.
5. There's also no scooter.
Knife and Chris continues from the button.
So you can have it.
But hey, you can't get out flopped if you don't get to the flop, right?
Right. He might have continued if the 10-jack was suited, but
Oh,
Probably a
absolutely.
fold
That's
there.
yeah. The suited hands are going to flop a lot better than the offsuit hands, as far as being able to continue.
Live 10.
But you'll be able to see yourself at there.
And 2-5-10 once again this hand. I think the 10 will be on the whole night.
Thank you. Thank you.
Usually is on Mondays.
typically. Yep. Might sprinkle in a 20 and a 40 here and there.
Yeah, especially as you get later in the show, people are
Yeah,
looking to get unstuck maybe.
exactly. Yeah.
Hey, best thing to do is chase your losses, right? Throw more money at it, and Corey throwing some more money at this hand. King-9 suited plays it as a 3-bet. That's fun. It gets King-Queen
King-Queen
out.
to suited, yeah. Or King-Queen to fold, I mean.
Bulls with a suited ace wheel going to continue.
Heads up.
Probably doesn't have quite enough chips to continue in the sense of GTO. And I think he's going to be
flush
continuing
draw.
here with his nut spade draw.
Yeah.
See if Corey continues here on 7-6 deuce. No clubs. Corey has clubs. He checks.
I am pretty sure.
Turn's going to pair the 6. Nobody improves. Bulls is also ahead with ace high.
2-bet 125.
Guessing he's going to bet and win here.
125, yeah. Hard to call with just 2 overs, no draw.
Yeah.
He'll let it go.
Thank you.
If you're gonna free bet like that, I do think you need to continue on the flop there.
I was expecting a flop bet also. Yeah, absolutely.
Especially that board. 7-6 deuce doesn't really hit the calling range all that much unless he spiked a set, and you're going to hear from that immediately.
Agreed.
And if he's got it, good for him.
Yeah.
But a lot of the time, you're just going to take it. Imagine that's ace-4 hearts instead of spades, and he has no pair, no draw, no hope.
Super
Probably
easy
just
win.
mucking.
Exactly.
One call.
Yeah, I was definitely expecting a C bet there.
Looks like the 10's not on this hand. Beholdham is going to limp
Three call.
with his suited ace.
6 raise, 30. 7 folds. 8
Corey limps behind. Kevin with the 10-9 offsuit saying, time to play for some more money.
1 call.
I think they'll both oblige here.
3 players.
3 ways we go. Ace-5 deuce.
1 check. 3 check.
Something for a couple of our players here. Beholden with top pair. Corey with the gutter. Kevin, our raiser, with absolute nothing but a story to tell on this ace-high flop. Makes it 55.
Not going to work this time.
I don't think so. I think he gets called in both spots. There's Beholden.
Yeah, if you're Corey, you probably want to peel.
Yeah,
Nobody loves. Oh, he's actually
got
going to
6
raise. He's going
outs
to take
here,
the
yeah.
aggressive route.
175. Kind of adventurous on this ace-high flop. Somebody usually has it in a multi-way pot.
It is, however, it might work because ace-9 shrinks pretty quick to a raise.
Yeah, this kicker doesn't feel so
Although
good.
Beholden, also with the stack size, he kind of has to jam or let it go. He
He
lets
lets
it go.
it go.
Nice move by Corey.
Thank you.
Oh, I know. I think I know what you're talking about.
We'll never know if that 6-outer would have come in.
we don't get to see it.
Get my good side.
If I was the other player, the answer is yes, it's going to come in.
I know that feeling.
Picked up a min cash yesterday. I day 2 tournament up in Oklahoma. And the first pot I get involved in, I get jacks.
Live 10.
And I get in against 6s for almost all of my chips. And he turns a 6. That sucks.
Brutal.
And I just sneak in the money. The first hand after we hit the money, I have King 7 suited on the cutoff. And I shove. I got called by King 3 offsuit. And then I get 4 flushed.
Oh.
Then I
Yeah,
get
I know the
min
feeling.
cash.
My last tournament I played, I made it one person inside the money, which is much better than Bubble Boy, of course.
It is.
But still a little disappointing. It was standard. It was Ace King versus 10s. I had Ace King and missed.
Live and die by the flip. We're going to go 4 ways here. Ace, King, 8s, Jack 10, and 10-5.
This will be
Quite the
interesting.
collection. Here's the mandatory ace on the flop.
Open ender for Beholden.
Corey with top pair, top kicker.
3 check. 6 check.
Everyone checks. The calm before the storm, perhaps. 7 of spades on the turn.
2 check. Three bet.
Now Corey's going to make that bet. Goes 110, goes pretty big, looking to shut out the draws. Kevin calling with the 8s.
1 call.
Bit speculative.
That's very, very ambitious.
Beholden,
gonna
I don't
continue
blame him.
drawing
He's
to the
got
nuts.
outs. Yeah.
And that's not how he was hoping to get there. He makes a pair of jacks, which is not quite enough.
He's got a strange SBR here. He's got less than 1-to-1.
Corey checking, perhaps looking to check call if Kevin decides to
6 check.
pull the trigger. He does not.
Ace king.
Corey's going to get what's in there already.
No, wait. Yeah, that's what it's still is.
Point when, yeah, this is not that Johnny Vibes. This is somebody else who's using the name Johnny Vibes on stream. I guess there's no rule against using that name on the stream.
He's gone by Johnny something in the past. I don't recall it being Johnny Vibes, but think this is, to my knowledge, this Johnny Vibes has played multiple streams.
Live 10.
And now he gets ace king.
Four raise.
No, he's not here, Albert. Ooh, queens. We got a setup brewing here.
Say 110. 6 raise, 110, 7 fold, 8 fold, 9 fold.
Makes it 110.
Sorry, kind of deaf.
These two players deeper than some of the other folks.
I always make fun of you guys because you're like very durable, 3 fold when you're like needling.
Ace
people
king
in the
offsuit,
front.
probably a little bit more inclined to 4-bet here out of position. But what do I know? He just calls.
Heads up.
There's the passive rat here.
King in the window.
Probably going to kill the action. He's going to slow play it.
King 7-7. But you know what? For the queens, that's not the scarier over. And you are still ahead of some smaller pairs. $85 to bet from Kevin. Johnny gonna just call. Give him every chance to keep bluffing.
Wow.
There's the queen, though.
What a turn card. This is going to be painful for Johnny.
This is the chaos card here.
Oh, I
Oh,
hate
he's
the
gonna
check
trap
back.
here. 8
Would
of
have loved to see a
spades.
bet there.
4 check.
Wow, Johnny playing it very safe. Top pair, top kicker.
200 the bet from Kevin with his queens full. Is Johnny gonna check raise this?
Call.
He's
No,
just
gonna
going to call. Wow.
He read that situation perfect.
Gets away for the minimum, really. That was
How does he not lose so
disastrous.
much more money on that
I
turn?
don't understand, but good for Johnny Vibes.
He owes Kevin a great big thank you for checking back when he actually caught on the turn.
Really did. Yeah, that's why I felt like there really should have been a bet on the turn there. He gets there.
And
Of
he's
course,
not going to see it coming.
yeah.
That queen changes almost nothing.
It really, yeah, exactly.
The only hands that got there were king, queen, and queens.
Live 10.
Might have been afraid of scaring him off, but
5 fold.
I kind of like a value bet there to get a little more money in the pot before
Yeah,
the
but,
river.
like the thing is though, what calls you on the flop?
The action comes around to that hand.
Like a king or a 7 that's trapping you, and you're beating both of those.
Exactly.
If he has kings, he has kings.
Okay.
Like
Right.
he could have flopped kings full, but if he's got it, he's got it.
Yeah, you go broke and you
Nuts
rebuy.
versus second nuts, or second versus third nuts. You go broke, and that's just how it goes.
Well, yeah, you'll always know, right?
Well, you know, if somebody doesn't put the
3
cards
raise,
over,
40.
then they won't know. If it doesn't read, like
But
a
we
lot of times she'll
typically-
throw over to
Scan them in anyways from the needle later.
but now that
Cole's playing a bunch of hands in the early going. here.
Top pair.
This is a fun flop here. 10-7 deuce. Top pair for Corey. King high
Flush
club draw
draw.
for Bowles, who's going to lead.
Gonna get some money in this pot.
Almost full pot there, $100.
Don't tell me.
an ace came out on the flop, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Just calling here.
He's so dramatic.
Oh, yeah, this is very,
No club on this turn.
yeah.
Hey, Poker Monkey from Dallas. Thanks for joining us.
Cool.
200.
Bowles basically pot commits himself here.
Yeah, if this is your first time here, we have free coffee back there, the water machine, and then if you need anything out of the cooler,
Corey may not want to play for his whole all of Bull's stack with one pair, but I guess he's going to go with it.
That turn didn't change anything. That river, the Jack of Diamonds, probably doesn't change that much. 9-8 does get there, though. Clubs don't get there, though. Bulls moves all in for the remaining 47.
Wow. Very aggressive. I like the heart. Let's see if Corey can sniff it out.
He got this far.
He might be worried about a
We are doing a bump.
a club flush draw that includes a jack.
It is next.
That would be a
Yeah, he
sick.
could. I don't think there's
River.
that many, though.
Yeah, shouldn't be.
Probably like Ace Jack suited, King Jack suited, Queen Jack suited, Jack 9, Jack 8 suited. Maybe Ace Jack offsuit. There's a lot more club combos than those.
It's getting
though.
about 2.5 to 1, approximately.
Is it a full bucket over there? Sweet.
No, 3 to 1
Hooking it up here.
once he makes the call.
Oh, Shiner Bob even in there. God damn.
Yeah, it's not quite pot.
Must be leftovers.
Yeah.
I feel like I'd have more in the back.
Oh, yeah.
Probably. Yeah.
There's usually only one or two of us in a big couple of years. Everybody
Where are you thinking this through?
So losing to sets, a river jack with club draw maybe. Not a lot of 2 pairs probably. Would
Also
you agree?
losing to 9-8.
9-8, yep.
Just call everything and get it right.
But he's
Of course,
beating
we
the
can
club
see the
draws.
cards, but tough spot for Corey.
He's also beating whatever random air balls there might be.
Yeah.
The universe is listening.
Like, I go back to the flop. What's he leading flop with?
Yeah, that was a strange lead. What's your guess? Is he going to call or no?
I think he calls.
I do too.
Doing anything fun.
This doesn't have the making of
He
a
lets
card
it go.
hero, but hey, he proves us
Well, we're
wrong.
both wrong.
The wife terrorized.
Well, nice aggression from Bulls. Pays off.
And you got for a bomb pot, please.
She gets a big kick out of that shit.
Thank you.
We'll see how long he can get away with that.
See how low double board.
Last year we
Yeah, that
won 6 groups.
if he keeps leading like that, people will sniff it out over time. Got
Or if anybody
3.5
happens to
more
find out
hours.
15 minutes later.
yeah.
That is our delay tonight.
Just bought all my favorite clubs.
Mixed bags, and then my grandkids
And a bump up.
had a field day well.
It's that time already. Hard to believe it's been half an hour already.
It really is. Yeah. That went quickly.
I think I did. No, I'm gonna do it. I'm not sure. Usually tell me. Do it again. I was distracted talking to Kevin about his wife terrorizing children at home. It's great. Yeah, it's
Congratulations to Dallas Reg Slick Rick winning the WSOP
you
circuit
can do it
ring
one more
yesterday
time. You got time.
up at Choctaw. He's just burst onto the scene the last couple months. Made a run at TCH Dallas. He's made a couple of runs further north now. Look forward to seeing what he accomplishes in the future.
And Chris, will you scan it?
Getting these cards scanned.
It's not like me
Once
right
the
now.
screen says everything's scanned, we can get some flops. Here we go.
She forced it, so I don't think it's gonna scan your hand.
10 deuce rainbow. And 10-9-4 rainbow. A little bit of interactivity.
3 check, 4 check, 5 check, 6 check, 7 check, 9 check, 80. What's that pot? 80.
See, Chris has a mystery card, so we don't even have the equities. He holds him potting it with
Yeah,
King
he's like
Jack
way
10-9.
Absolutely.
So there's a wrap, there's 2 pair.
7, 8.
There's the percents.
King Jack 10 deuce just folds for Kevin.
B. Hold'em has a chance for a scoop here.
He holds him,
He
he's
just
gonna
wins
just
it.
take it.
Thank you.
Don't get carried away now.
Then we go back to Hold'em here. Take a moment to throw a plug in real quick for the turkey shootout happening TCH Houston all this month, getting started this week actually. 300K guarantees in 3 weeks. First one is a 200 buy-in happening this week, starting up on Wednesday, TCH Houston. Various bonus prizes, 25K guaranteed up top this week. TexasCardHouse.com for all the details there.
7 raise, 30. 8 fold, 9 fold. 1 fold.
Pair for Corey.
Pretty good pair of tens on the small blind. 3 bet seems to be in order here. It's going to stick a 1 on that 30. Back to James. King 8. Probably not quite good enough.
Probably going
You'd
to
like
choose
to have
to
some
and let that
connection.
go. What is your least favorite pocket pair to play?
Jacks.
I have to agree with that one. I feel like that's most people's answer, but for good reason.
I mean, just yesterday I got hosed by Jacks.
Yeah.
You don't even want to know how much ICM I lost last year with Jacks in deep spots
5, 10.
where they couldn't hold against the worst hands, and I see a potential 5-figure score just disappear. Happens a lot last year. Now this year I can't even get close to that.
1 fold.
Ace-9 suited just folding.
Bit on the tighter side.
Especially against just the limp.
8 call. Heads up.
Uncle T going the limp call route with that 5-4 of diamonds. There's 1 diamond and there's 2 diamonds. King, Queen, Jack. Top pair on the order for bulls. Diamonds for Uncle T.
Should be interesting.
2 bet, 80.
We haven't seen V-Pips in a bit, but I'm guarantee you Bulls has to be at the top of the list. He seems to be in every pot.
Yeah. 80 is going to just get called by Uncle T. Turn's going to pair the queen. Check, check. Just a 5 for Uncle T. Not going to do the job. Gonna fire at this though.
Oh, wow.
160.
Unlikely to work. 165.
74, man.
You check back turn to control the pot here. And you have an easy call now. So Bull's going to take that. I certainly understand Uncle T not going the check raise route on King Queen Jack, where it is just so easy for Bulls to have something pretty strong as the raiser.
The one thing also about the bluff there is he's blocking the one thing that he's blocking a missed diamond draw with his own diamonds, right? So it makes the bluff a little less likely to get through.
10.
Yeah, for sure. And that's probably about the only hand that you're going to get him to fold anyway. Probably just a better diamond draw that missed.
Right.
9 raise, 30. 1 fold. 2 fold.
Matt got to go duck hunting.
3 fold. 4 fold. 5 fold. 6 fold. 7 fold.
And he's just going to take it.
Did you have Duck Hunt when you were a kid on Nintendo, the original one?
They shipped that game with Mario Brothers. Didn't have the gun though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They,
had to add on the little orange and gray gun.
Yeah. Back when the Wii U was the thing, they ported it to use the Wiimote,
10.
and it's a pretty simplistic game by today's standards.
Still a good time, though. I guess if you were born in the early 80s like I was, you probably played Duck Hunt at some point.
And there's that hound that taunts you.
Yeah.
raise, 35.
35 for B. Hold'em at an unfortunate time. Bowles has it. He's just got a smooth call. I wonder if he's trying to set a trap.
Must be, however.
Kevin with the eights. He's going to bite. He's going to play the eights as a squeeze up to 150.
And, you know, we've
Oh,
seen.
oh my God. Uncle T's going to cold call with ace-8 of spades. What does B. Hold'em do? Well, regardless of what he does, I'm jamming if I'm Bowles here. When it gets back to me, I'm going to jam.
Absolutely. Bowles
That
is
is
looking
your
back
only
at his
move.
cards to be sure it's as good as he thinks it is.
B. Hold'em going to call.
This is an automatic all-in.
Absolutely, this needs to be an all-in. And yes, the back raise is weird, but still, you got to do it.
There's 500 in the pot, almost. Just under. Whoa!
What? This must have been
Whoa.
a misscan. This must have been a misscan. I don't believe that. I don't believe that for a second. I want to recount.
Wow.
Now I have to question what B. Hold'em has as well. I wonder if their cards got crossed up.
Oh, could be. Yeah.
As we have
Possibly
it,
Bulls had. Maybe B. Hold'em has ace-queen and Bulls had ace-jack.
maybe. In any
That could
case,
be.
Kevin bets it and it gets through.
I would love to know if that was a misread on the RFID. For everyone
Yeah.
listening, there's radio frequency in the cards. It's read by the table.
Under it, and they stole my rug. And now
15-minute delay, so
it just slides out from under me.
we don't see the hands until 15 minutes after they have occurred.
There was
If
one
that was
last
ace king, I want to have a talk with Bowles.
Well, the other thing I was thinking about, he has a bit of a loose image, even though we know he's had some big hands.
Yeah. Even I'm not that tight.
Luckily, it was back when our live stream was like.
Now you
really
got to stick it in there.
glitchy, so I can actually
That.
call it on camera.
Oh, Matt didn't put the straddle
Should I
on.
try finding it? 1, 2, bold. 15. Four raise, 50.
So it's become more popular, Lottie, that people like to play these suited small aces. Where do you stand as far as, I know a lot of people will 3 and even 4 bet with, say, ace-5 suited. What
I've
are your
done it.
thoughts on that?
I've done it. You've got a blocker to some of the premium hands, and you've got a hand that can still flop some draws that'll be nut draws. And yeah, you've got to have some of those in the range. If your re-raising range is only big cards, and the flop is not big cards, you're gonna have a harder time selling it.
Gets sniffed out quickly, right?
Yeah, like one of the key hands when I made my run in the Win Mystery Bounty last year was day one. I had ace-5 suited, and I played it as a 4-bet, and then I was all in by the turn on a semi-bluff, and I probably got him to like full jacks or something.
Yeah.
Like it was a turn. It was like a king of my suit. It gave me the flush draw, and it was also a really good turn for my range as the 4-better. And I'm pretty sure I got like jacks or queens to fold.
I believe it with that action. Yeah, I've tried to introduce it as a hand that I play a bit more aggressively.
Corey's going to be betting here shortly with top, and nut hearts. What more could you ask for?
Pretty good flop for ace-jack.
Uncle
Offsuit.
T with bottom pair going to come along.
Oh, my screen is frozen.
Yeah, it's not bad at all.
No, shit, man.
Uncle T going to turn an open enter here.
JDK in the chat says ace-5 suited is my favorite hand to 3-bet.
Congratulations.
As I said, trying to, I guess, add that to my range more often.
70 the bet from Corey. Uncle T going to call.
terrible
Oh,
two's
wow,
true.
just like
My son's 14 months.
Another jack on the end
Does this go permanently on anywhere?
for Corey.
It's recorded.
It is.
No comment. I won't speak ill of my daughter.
Yeah.
My
Which
son,
she might steal one day.
Fortunately for Uncle T, he keeps flopping some draws and keeps them missing.
No, she knows.
The threes are working.
Yeah, the day that you hit your draws, that's the good day.
Oh,
my son
yes.
just started the.
You miss your draws, it's going to be a bad day.
Cry phase. You know?
Yeah,
Unless you're bluffing and your opponents actually have a full
A couple
button.
months ago, just like,
Jeez, mine
I thought I was the best in the world on the days that I hit all my draws.
Uncle T gonna bluff catch, gonna find out that Corey was not bluffing.
yeah, he just does not get what he
nip it in the
wants.
bud, yes. Yeah.
Before it was leads, now it's just like, if I don't get what I want, I'm gonna sit there and just scream.
Oh, my daughter has the worst temper.
Bull's now up almost 1K.
I'll tell her she'll hit me, and I'll say you don't.
Perhaps Uncle T was hoping that it was something more like ace queen with an ace of hearts.
Yeah.
How does that make any sense?
I don't know, but it makes her feel good.
You see a top up here.
Right. Our son likes to hit his
What do
head
I do
on
about
that.
this?
Got an add-on here from,
Good. Do it.
who do we have adding on?
We'll see in a moment. Let's probably shift these chips.
Can you guys
There we
Uncle
go.
T now
Uncle T.
fives.
Yeah, my mom was not happy.
Oh,
that I
okay,
didn't have a
well,
son. I had
see-
2 daughters.
see, eight added on 800.
Asshole.
Played quite a bit with Uncle T. What about you?
Thank you.
I played with him.
High
Yeah.
energy.
Little girls can be just as big.
Oh, but they're sneaky.
Lions or Oaklands? Good question, Albert. For fantasy football reasons, I am hoping that Vegas destroys Detroit tonight. I am fading 5 points from the Detroit defense,
Thank you.
or more than 5 points, rather.
If I had to put my own money on it, I've got the Lions.
35.
Now, they were pretty lousy last week.
They were terrible, so that's kind of part of the reason I think they might redeem themselves. But
7 full.
Sometimes Jared Goff looks like Jared Goff, though.
that's true.
She's screaming, Mom.
The
I don't know if
the
I
Rams, Jared Goff.
Yeah, the one that got Jeff Fisher fired, that one?
Yeah,
It's,
that one.
Yeah, I didn't think she'd start being like that until she had like toddler, but 8 months. She's been a little.
8-6 deuce. Cutter for pulls. Corey, second pair.
3-bet 35.
That's what my
It
friend
does
said,
get
yeah.
worse.
Gonna continue. $35.
He has like a,
Pulls, overs and a gutter. He's going to really hope Corey hits a set here.
however bad it is now.
Instead, Corey's going to pick up an open enter.
5 or 6.
I always say 3 to 13.
Set would be nasty.
They love you.
They go south on
Less nasty
Corey.
now, bet five's out.
Oh, yeah. 3 years old and 14 and
True.
15, they're like,
90 the bet from Corey.
and 13. I lost all credibility.
He's going to come along.
10 years later.
Yeah, that's how it works. Right?
Yeah, I think that ace king must have been a misread.
Makes the call. Honestly, if you're going to continue, I'd rather be raising than calling. King on the ends. See if Corey says that's enough, he will. Pair of sevens will be 10 high. Really, just about anything will be 10 high on this board.
Thank you.
Unless Corey's going to show up with the 9 triz, right?
Right.
And hand we love so much around here.
so that's if you win the hand, you get whichever's on the chip.
I say it's time to gamble in the chat.
It's just a little bonus for them if you.
You up for that?
I'm ready. Let's see. Let's get it pulled up.
See that, fellas? We need more of that.
5 full.
I'll be the only one to beat a burger tonight.
I've had a few folks.
6
It's like Bill James was not as lucky.
Yeah,
someone
that's the
previously
bubble right
won.
there.
9
Yeah, believe it or not, people do win that thing sometimes.
2 call.
Kevin getting a whole bunch of callers here.
Small children at once, or
It's not easier.
it's not.
Opens up the TJ Cloutier, the Jack 9 of clubs,
Not yet, though.
and everyone's calling.
And we're heads up everywhere.
Fives, ace, 5, 7, 6, king, 10.
Heads up right here.
Exactly how Kevin drew it up.
Yeah, my husband and I are trying to have our second one like once or
Impressive TJ Cloutier reference. He used
Did
to live
he-
in his hometown.
Did he actually draw up the open enter, though? This is not a bad flop for him. Corey does have a pair of 10s. Nobody has an 8. Kevin gonna bet here.
Yeah, you might as well.
Always risky business multi-way, especially 5 ways. 125.
This is probably going to get through. Can't see.
I think Corey can
continuing.
call. He's got the
Think he'll
10.
call with. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed the top pair there. I agree.
Are you one of the people that's been pressuring him to have?
He's gonna take the better of doing anything fancy with that gut shot.
3 bets, 3 calls.
Corey making the call.
Married how long?
To the turn we go. Heads up. 6 doesn't quite put up the straight.
I've been told he's getting a lot of pressure for each.
Not from me.
As Kevin barrel again.
I think he takes a free.
Not this
Takes a
time.
free card.
He doesn't want to get blown off of that straight draw, which will
Yeah.
miss on this deuce of clubs.
Problem for him here though is Corey checks to him. He's going to have to bet because he has jack high. Corey has an easy call, but he's going to go for value. And probably quick fold. Very small bet though into the pot.
That's a stinky bet, man.
It's stinky?
Stinky.
Once you do that head shake, you have to fold.
Yeah, that's
you,
the card.
you,
for
you have no raises left there.
Stinky.
I only knew about the Jack 9 because I met Cloutier a few years ago up north.
Yeah, he. I lived in Richardson, Texas, for a bit, the Dallas suburb, and yeah, that was his hometown.
Live 10.
All right, I'm going to get my gamble on. Do we want to have any side action here? Have you got points?
I don't.
This is
know. I
a
have to check.
long-standing tradition in this booth. To
Let me see if I can do this. Get this pulled up here.
5 raise, 36 fold, 7 fold.
I know. I might be able to win one this stream. I don't know.
4s for Kevin. Makes it
8
30.
raise, 90.
Uncle T3 betting the Jack 10 off.
9 fold, 1 fold, 3 fold,
B holds and folded 7s. What?
4 fold.
I don't.
You know, that's the second time, and he's in the 1 seat, which is the most common spot that there's
Well,
a.
he's done some weird stuff though.
That's true.
I could believe him doing it. I just still think it's strange.
8 check.
Uncle T gonna outflop Chris, and this is a board that favors him, but he's not gonna continue.
5 bet, 60.
Which opened the door for Chris to make the bet. Uncle T gonna call the $60. 4 on the ends. Chris fills up on the river.
Goodness. Unfortunately, Uncle T
Was I
with
bluffing? No, I'm value betting.
just middle. Yeah.
5 bet, 1
And he's beating a Miss Diamond draw,
8 fold.
but he's not gonna bluff
fold.
catch this time.
Thank you.
I wonder if that's a 5 river. How does this play out?
That's a stealer bet.
Would be interesting. Yeah, Uncle T. Not running great so far.
Yeah. Well, he did sidestep one there.
True.
Thank you.
All right, so looks like you have enough points.
Live
What do we
10.
say?
Barely.
$10?
20. Double
10
What's that?
bucks here.
Let's do it.
Who goes first?
Hey, go ahead.
I'll go first. I will gamble my 10 points.
7 fold. 8 fold. 9 fold. Oh, so 1 fold. So that happens because it's recognized.
Ooh, 74. You got a hard one to beat there.
Once everyone scans, then it corrects everything.
Am I running bad from the booth here?
Gonna find
We'll
out.
see. Here we come.
Well, you've got a 1 in 4 chance. Tens for Johnny.
Oh, I got it. Oh, wow. Running good.
I can't catch a break this
For,
friggin'
for,
week.
for the chat,
And neither can Johnny because he's going to run straight into the jacks of Chris.
for
There's your
the
10
chat, the
bucks.
payment was actually made.
Chris making it 275 with those jacks. Going to get it down to him and Johnny.
First time we've seen two premium pairs heads up here.
Chris making the call, or Johnny making the call rather. Heads up we go. 7-4-4. They both have an
Very
overpair.
dangerous
Fireworks incoming probably.
for Johnny.
Just under 600 in the middle. Chris goes for about a quarter, 175.
Well, less than 1 gram. The thing is artificially.
As Johnny play this, I'd probably just call here.
Looks like he's
He
just
does
gonna
make
call,
the
yeah.
call. I think a raise only gets you called by a better hand. And they both still have an overpair on this 8. Johnny may be on the hook for the rest of it here.
Looks like he's proceeding pretty cautiously, but yes, he might be not a great turn for him.
Stacks a pot, just over 1. Do we go for the gusto here, or do we go small again?
It's going to go, yeah, he's going to try to get it in on the river with that sizing.
425, which is probably $5 too many. Would leave about half pot if they got to the river. But Johnny's going to
Wow.
lay down the tens. He's going to lay down the overpair.
Sniffs it out.
Tough lay down to make. The right one today, though.
I think that's the second time Johnny's lost the minimum or close to it.
Yeah,
In
we
a-
had
in a
the,
dangerous spot.
Ace King versus Queen's collision a little bit earlier.
Right.
Where the Queen ends up spiking on the turn.
Sometimes playing the best just means losing the minimum, right?
Yeah. Money not lost, that does count towards your win rate. Uncle T just flatting the ace queen offsuit. Scary against an early position opener usually, but this table is a little bit looser. As your hand is offsuit, like I really don't want to play this hand 5 ways. Like Chris is going to just call, and it's just going to be 3. $987, that's going to be an open ender for Chris's ace-10. Pot and pair for James. They all check.
Uncle T now with top pair.
Cool.
45 from Chris. Uncle T's got something though. He'll call. To the river we go.
Blank.
Gross not going to get there. The 3 of clubs. Chris.
I'm guessing
in give
check,
up
check.
mode.
Oh, he does go for thin value. I was hoping he would do that, but no value to be had.
So Uncle T's going to have one go his way for once. Been a bit of a rough night.
Did need that. Sometimes you just have to scoop some chips to get a little momentum, though.
Yeah. And looks like we're going to head to another bomb pot here. So I'll make another plug real quick while we've got a moment.
At a specific time.
Yeah, it's just random every 30 minutes.
I thought you were saying I'd like move
I can get
the
this thing to
button
actually come up.
past you, and I was like,
We're going to do the Deuce to 7
oh my
no
gosh,
limit single
right,
draw
that's
tournament
super
once
crazy.
again, twice this coming November here at TCH Austin. This coming Sunday the 5th, and then 2 Sundays after that, the 19th. 2,500 guaranteed, $200 buy-in. Play starts at 4 o'clock. And that's a fun time. TexasCardHouse.com for all the details there. That's a great price point to get an introduction to what is one of the best non-hold'em games in my opinion. No limit Deuce to 7 single draw. It's like 5-card draw, but the hand rankings are the opposite. Royal Flush is the worst hand in that game.
Only played it sparingly. I know you're much more of an expert than myself, but it was fun to
Expert is generous.
dip my toe a little bit. I might take a shot at one of those tournaments.
I can make it to the first one. I won't be around for the second one, unfortunately. Chris has himself a piece of a bigger piece of the top board, a little piece of both boards. Beholds him with top set on the bottom board. That's a pretty good piece of it. Makes it 50. Bowls with a 4 and I believe a gutter.
Not the prettiest top set though. Lots of straights.
So vulnerable. He
Hearts you
does have the
to
9 high.
dodge.
He has the 9 high hearts, which
Yeah.
are not great hearts, but it does make
A
it
little
harder
bit of
for a
a-
heart to come in.
A little bit of an insurance plan.
Yeah. Kevin going to call 10-6-3 deuce. So he's got the flop straight on the bottom, 6 on the top as the king pairs, and then the pretty harmless jack of spades. So Kevin's still ahead on the bottom with his 6 high straight. Matt potentially in some trouble here. He has turned a set of jacks on the bottom. Up top, he does have the nut club draw. And now he has kings and jacks. None of these players still has a king. He holds them all in for his remaining 180. They played increments of 5 in the bomb pots. He holds him still with a 9 up top and a gut shot up top. Set of 5s on the bottom. Not the best hand. Kind of a tricky spot for Kevin. He doesn't have any redraws to go with that straight. But he will call all the same. Dangerous business calling for half the pot. He's basically dead up top. He is dead up top. Uncle T has the wheel. First time we've gotten to visit his hands. He's made the call. He's got the wheel on the bottom. He's got the dry ace. And he's got nothing on top. Like, he probably should have
No
been
equity.
out of here.
Yeah,
Here's the thing about straights. Straights are a great way to get yourself quartered.
absolutely.
And it's also not the nuts.
When I first started playing bomb pots, I lost a decent amount of money with straights before I figured
Matt
out.
folding the set of jacks. Well done, Matt. He's not going to call
Whoa.
for half of it.
He folded the set of jacks?
He folded the set of jacks. I love it.
So B. Hold'em actually hangs in there with his set of 5s.
No, he
Now
does
that the
not have
jack's
the set of
folded.
5s. He does have the trip 9s up top.
Yes,
He
he
holds
has a
him
set
got
of,
there on the top, but no, there's a straight though. Kevin
Oh,
wins with
yeah,
a 6
yeah.
high straight, or now the 7 high straight rather.
Apologies.
They're going to check. Kevin and B. Hold'em going to chop it up. B. Hold'em, not how he thought he was going to win this pot. He
Not at
probably
all.
thought it was going to be the set, but actually he's made trip 9s. Didn't even need a kicker or anything, just a 7 kicker there.
Always a little brutal when you're the person that folds the set of jacks. For reasonable reason, actually. You know the straights are all there.
And he does not expect to be winning the top board.
No.
This is like the one time he was ever going to be ahead on the top board, like 4 ways.
Yeah.
9-7.
So that was the correct fold.
Yeah. Good fold.
So I'm at 6-8, I'm right.
I was so hoping you were on the top.
If the king had a pair, I would have
That's why I keep preaching scoopability every time I'm in here. You want to win both halves. You don't want to win half the pot. You don't want to put money in trying to just get it back.
Thank
talk
you.
myself into that because I am too.
Absolutely.
Nothing on it.
Life
A lot of the higher stakes players certainly understand that, so you'll get a lot more potting
Somebody's gonna have to have 360.
as you go up in stakes. Trying to blow people off of one board with the nuts on the other.
And we've already established Matt is an accomplished Omaha player. He did win a 10K PLO bracelet, which is about as legit as it gets.
Must kind of know what he's doing.
Or he's the luckiest
Very
man
impressive.
on earth, one or the other.
If I'd known that, I would call.
Hey, Billy, bring the reality menu. Yeah, and you can, I don't have my
Corey
glasses.
with the tens. We're seeing a lot of tens today.
I think Corey's already had tens, maybe. But yeah, lots of pairs of tens. Couple of fives for James. Try to hit a set, but he lets it go.
He would hate to get 4-bet. I don't think that's going to happen too often at this table, unless
I
they
agree.
actually have it. Queen, deuce, deuce. Pretty boring flop.
Probably check bet fold here, be my guess. That's 1/3 pot. Bulls. Probably gonna let this go. And it is not.
Bull's going to be stubborn again. No reward for him. No more back doors now. This might be the end of it.
Corey might be inclined to check back and just save his equity, and he does. Certainly, sure worried about top pair of a queen, but now that Bulls checks, I imagine he assumes he's good.
It was a large with Italian sausage and mushrooms. No, one of us has to go get it, unless we can talk to somebody.
Where is it? This right
Yeah, it's just right down
That's
the middle.
250. Bulls actually not releasing it. It looks like he might be thinking about a hero call with king high,
Depending on where you guys.
or maybe he's just Hollywooding.
If I'm going to put more chips in, I'm going to put all of my chips
Yeah,
in.
Okay, Billy?
doesn't quite have the stack to pull that off. Let's it go.
Gonna fold.
Yeah, I'll walk there and get it. No big deal.
Thank you.
Anybody's wondering about the quads of the day, they were quad fours today. It has hit though. So that jackpot will reset tomorrow.
It's okay. Kevin's
Have
been
you ever
dead
hit the
for
quads of the day?
so-
I have not hit quads of the day. I have hit other promos in the past, like we've had high hands. I've hit it a couple times. In fact, I hit it on stream one
Dead for
time.
the last
Oh,
3
wow.
years, Kevin.
Yeah. Actually, I think I hit it on stream twice.
So does wisdom.
That's awesome. I have not hit high hand, but I have hit quads of the day.
Yeah, it's been a while since they've done that one. But yeah, the quads of the day is a fun one. And tomorrow it'll be fives. And according to TexasCardHouse.com, it'll reset to aces on Wednesday, which will be the first of the month.
Raise 40.
Jacks for bulls. Ace at 40. Johnny's got nines. He calls, and perhaps we get the avalanche of calls here. Chris calls. I think Uncle T just threw some chips in.
5 player.
Johnny seems to keep having a smaller pair when somebody else has a bigger pocket pair.
5 ways we go. King 7 deuce. 2 hearts. Somehow everyone misses here.
That's probably going to work.
Nobody has anything
Yeah.
somehow against all odds.
Got the king. All right.
Show, I think.
Good bet.
I think he showed.
Thank you.
It's king on the board. I said I don't want to bet low and everybody call.
Now we'll get on to the next hand.
Come on. That's pretty good, right?
pretty good piece tonight.
What's that?
26 hands in the books already.
Yeah, not a lot of taking.
Yeah.
Give me some white chips so I can start tipping.
Only a couple of really hairy spots so far.
Turn set of queens against the ace-king top pair. That was probably the closest to a big collision.
Yeah. We have the jacks versus tens where they both had an overpair. He holds him with an ace and a king, raising to 35. Bulls, I love this hand. The 7-5 suited. What a fun hand that is. He's going to call.
Is that your favorite suited one-gapper?
Definitely. Got to be 7-5.
Yeah, we're order larger. I'm only good for 2 pieces.
I know this is too common, but mine's 9-7.
All right, 9-7.
Mushroom sound all right?
4 players.
4 ways we go. Top pair, top kicker for B. Hold'em.
Nobody else with much.
You think we managed to get more than one person with a pair?
Yeah, it seems pretty consistent. Just one person has top pair.
And
We
got
haven't
half
even
the
really
table.
seen top pair with maybe top kicker versus a weaker kicker.
Yeah, I mean we have we have half the table taking every flop practically, and only one of them gets a pair at a time. What's with that?
I'll call him if you tell me the number. I'll call him if you tell me the phone number.
I need to ask her about some Ulta stuff, and I want to invite her to my birthday.
She's here. I think we still call her every once in a while.
Oh, she's not
Deaf. I think she technically does.
I guess I'll still invite her to mine.
She still gets employee
Even
discount,
if
which
she
is her
can't
main,
give me a discount on my
it's her main thing. Is
Queen for B. Hold'em.
Throw like a non-meat pizza on there and I'll take it home.
He didn't straddle. Boo.
So tell me, so what do you want?
Absolutely.
The poker god's
Yeah.
punishing him, giving him
Boo's
king queen.
correct.
A perfectly squeezable hand. But he had to go first.
Yeah, it's all right. No, it's all right. It's all good.
8 call,
It's like throw
9 call,
Yeah,
4
or we can
player.
do 2 orders, whatever you want to do.
Let's get a set of deuces here. It's had a little bit of a rough run. Yeah.
Just all the overs. B. Hold'em, top pair and a gutter.
White? You want a large one?
Everyone with a pair of some kinds. Corey's got bottom pair. The other two have under pairs, which are pairs. Just not very exciting ones. Especially against an under the gun raiser on King Jack 9.
Shrinks very fast.
Even Corey is going to have reservations and he's going to get out.
Yep. Usually like twice a week.
Oh, wow.
Thank you.
I think there's a group tomorrow going to Mesa.
Really?
I usually don't go there yet.
B. Hold'em with the Texas Rangers hat on. What are your thoughts on the World Series? Are you a baseball fan?
I got a bribe.
I'm a baseball fan, but not of either of those teams.
Well, that makes 2 of us.
Go Mets.
No.
Mets?
The Mets. The New
They
York
had a
Mets.
very disappointing year after all the free agent
They
acquisitions.
spent a lot of money,
Yeah.
and the 2 pitchers they spent the money on ended up in Texas and Houston.
Yeah.
And then we saw why they didn't pay a whole bunch of money to DeGrom. Like, he ended up in Texas. How'd that work out?
Think about how much
Yeah,
NL
very
games
strange
are
year.
really good.
Bulls with Kings
I know,
here.
I'm really excited to take him rock climbing. He's gonna
Another non-straddler. Shame on him.
love falling and climbing all over.
Would have been a great time to straddle.
Straddling, of course, is optional unless they put it on like as a mandatory 10, which they clearly have not done. Corey's going to call with the lesser pair, the 7s. Suit connector for Johnny.
Interesting hands here.
5 raise.
Chris with an ill-timed squeeze, the King 6,
Yeah,
which
he's-
is probably unnecessary to do it with the King 6.
Oh, and
Takes it
James
200. Ace Jack. Well, James might have done it if he had the chance, but cold 4 would be bonkers. Back to bulls with the kings, assembling his 4-bet, which is going to attract the avalanche of folds. They'll probably all fold before Carly even gets the number to production.
right. Yeah.
It's 500, the official number.
Got to see a lot of paper airplanes here flying into the muck.
Yeah.
How long? You guys are morons.
Bulls taking it.
Thank you.
It's like 32 by spots. Oh, this color.
Might have bulls in the lead in terms of winning so far. I think Corey had been our leader so far. Bulls was a couple hundred behind, I think.
Button will win eventually.
Maybe you make it happen for him.
Hand number 30 on its way here. TCH Live from Austin tonight, 250 Melbourne Hold'em. Boy and Lady with you. Kyle Frisbee alongside me. Mel pressing the buttons on the other side.
4 raise, 30,
Kristen.
6.
Kristen's pressing the buttons. Okay. They did a sneaky little switch out on me then. Kristen's pressing the buttons. Mel was pressing buttons. Kristen pressing buttons. And Carly dealing the cards.
1.
Ace Queen's not looking like it's going to get any action. Bulls with a hand that would prefer to double down. Not one of the choices here. He does make the call.
And 11 isn't as good in this game. Lots of diamonds.
6-3-2's Johnny Vibes.
4 check.
Not that Johnny Vibes, but not diamonds. Bulls with a pair. Pair of deuces still ahead. The min bet from Bulls, the $5
With a smile.
gets the call.
No, Doug would bet like 7.
Johnny just flats.
He's getting the odds.
He is getting the odds.
The Doug makes some
And that's trip deuces for the 9
Always,
deuce.
like some weird, like he'll never bet 100. It's always 99.
Makes it 15.
Johnny's going to call with ace high, right?
Ace high can call.
Yeah.
If we want to be technical, he's blocking
got-
the diamond draw, but it's like, well, I don't know what's going on. This is stupid. I call.
Oh, no.
A little bit of a guilty grin there
Yeah.
from Bulls.
Stinky hand.
Yeah, this is not a hand that needed to defend big blinds, but he chose to do so.
Everything's stinky.
Pays off.
Like we're talking about like offsuit, disconnected, raggedy cards. That's a great way to end up losing a big pot.
That is definitely.
Like imagine good trip deuces with a 9 kicker.
Very rarely.
Yeah, that's the problem. You want a small pot like he just did, or you lose a big one.
Live
Agreed.
10. Live
Reverse implied odds as they're called. We see Corey and Bulls the big winners.
double straddle. 6 pulls, 7 pulls, 8 pulls. Thank you.
The suburb.
9 raise, 75.
Yeah.
He holds him with the
Here we
queens. And with 585, you could just shove here. Over $75 raise. I guess the 25 was on. I assume the 25 was
Could.
on.
Yeah.
225.
Probably get an insta fold, but what did he make it? 225?
225, which is going to be telegraphing where this is going to go, given how little he has behind.
Matt's certainly going to notice that. Some players will
And-
not pay attention to stack sizes as much as they should. But
And Matt's, of course, going to just fold the king 10 offsuit, which was towards the bottom of his opening range anyway.
the
And unlike most players around Texas, he will raise and then fold to a 3-bet.
right.
Whereas a lot of people will raise and then no matter what, they'll just keep
They'll
going.
go ahead and flat.
What I love, like, there's a specific type of player. You'll see them grabbing chips. Like, they'll be on your left. You'll see them grabbing the chips. and then you raise, and they just grab more chips.
Yeah.
But you bet too much,
Yep.
that's why I said let you go.
Or the other big mistake people will have, I'll be ready to bluff the river, and I'll see them already reaching for the call before I bluff. So
Yeah.
I'll just check, and
Yeah.
they don't get they don't get paid off.
That's a hell of a false tell, just saying.
Yeah.
That's one that I've definitely used every now and then myself. Against a specific opponent, I have been known to put on a reverse tell.
What is the most reliable tell that you see in playing live poker?
Oh, that's a good question. As we see a bunch of suited connectors here. Probably pre-flop when they're grabbing the chips.
If what happens?
Like if they're hard to.
I think I know what you're gonna say,
Like
because
like I was sort of getting at before, where they've got their raising chips in hand, and then they reach for 3-betting chips. It's like they're really excited to raise here. An honorable mention is when the 80-year-old guy raises you.
yes, the OMC, Old Man Coffee.
Yeah, I mean the bottom of his range is kings.
Right. Yeah.
We saw Ace Jack put on the squeeze and get called by all these suited connectors. King 10-3, Rainbow, not all that connecty though. And Chris, our raiser, has a gut shot. Middle pair for Uncle T. Chris going to continue. This could get through. Uncle T, middle pair, weak kicker. No backdoor. Well, a bad backdoor. He makes the call. Heads up we go. And Chris pulls ahead with the jack. Uncle T picking up a gut shot that's no good. Chris's gut shot would be the good one there. Check, check. Deuce on the end. Doesn't complete anything.
I think this goes check, check again. No.
Uncle T's gonna.
He's gonna bluff at it.
And perhaps deciding that the bet check, check line might be a little bit weaker.
A lot of people might take their showdown with pair tens there, check back twice, but I can understand wanting to take it down. Wow, and he gets called. Nice call by Chris.
Huge pot for him.
Nice call.
Love me tonight.
Yeah, one of the bigger pots of the night.
Perhaps Chris deciding that he would have heard from a king at an earlier point.
Agreed.
Yeah.
And tough to put him on ace-queen based on the pre-flop action.
Yeah. And it looks like there's going to be another reload coming for him, unfortunately. Yes, so, I mean, sometimes with the tells, it's just like you get a certain vibe off a person in the moment. Like last year, there was, it was in the, I think it was the triple draw, no, it was the limit deuce to 7 triple draw bracelet event last year, where on the flop, I check raise a guy. And it's hard to describe the look, but I just got this vibe from him. He makes the call and goes pat, pat, like we both made our hands. And I have the third nuts. And I end up just calling him down. And he shows the nuts. He shows the wheel. That was purely a read. Like normally, third nuts, I'm happy to be putting more than one bet at a time in there. It was just one of those reads like, this feels weird.
Something's a little off here. Yeah. I definitely relate to that. One of the most reliable ones I've noticed, and this applies also to the player type, but somebody that you could tell maybe isn't a regular player or is an extremely tight player, if they 3-bet for the first time and you see, and of course that's a tell already, but you see their hands shake a little bit when they put their chips in, it's not because they're nervous, it's because they're excited.
Yeah.
So, and I think a lot of people misread that as nervousness, but it's actually excitement. I found that one to be relatively reliable.
top pair for Chris and Behold'em. Chris's kicker way better than Behold'em's.
One bet 125 to fold.
125 the bet from the dominated player in seat 1. Chris gonna call.
Heads up.
Heads up we go to the turn. 6 of diamonds, front door diamonds do come in.
5 check.
May slow it down a bit here.
1 check.
Check, check.
That's greens for
Jack of clubs on the end. So Chris's king queen will be best.
5 check. 1 check. Showdown, please.
And check, check. No more money going in there.
Pretty close there on whether to go for value.
What just happened?
Yeah, it looks like we had a misread.
There must have been a misread. So we just saw the pot shift to Behold'em over in seat 1. I'll pull up the video on my phone, see if the camera caught his actual hands. Clearly the scanner did not.
Seems like occasionally the cards are coming across. Maybe Behold'em over to bulls, possibly.
I see some.
misread?
It's hard for me to tell. I can see some pips on his other card.
Eight fold, 9 fold, 1 fold, 2 fold. 4 folds, 5 folds, 6 raised to 30.
Yeah, I can't for the life of me tell what he actually had there. Okay, I know what happened now. I know what happens. So our board actually was what had the misread on that hand.
Ah.
It was a 6 on the turn. And Behold'em turned over king 6.
Ah, okay. 2 pair.
Yeah, so that was 2 pair. I'm 99% sure that was a 6 in his
Misread.
hand. So it was a misread on the board. So that's what happened there. Sorry for the confusion. Like they'll put the card out on the board, and then I'll forget. I'll just look at the graphics. I'll forget what was actually on the board. Interesting that no more money went in though with the 2 pair. You would think, like even with the diamonds coming in, you would think Behold'em would try and go for the double there. We see Kevin going for the bluff with the missed gutter and being up against ace high. Oh my, James goes for a bluff of his own and Kevin has to fold.
Nice move.
Value bluff, ace high was actually
did have the best
hand.
hand, but still a nice move.
Pot. See if we can scan those right. And while I've got a moment, I will tell you about something else we got going on here. All this November starting on Wednesday. Gratitude Tuesday, every Tuesday this November. 50% off TCH Austin, Gratitude Tuesday. You know, November, Thanksgiving, the time to be thankful and grateful and all that good stuff. So show our gratitude to the members with a nice little discount here at Austin. I may have to show up on a couple of those Tuesdays.
Absolutely.
And before I skip off to New York for the holidays.
Definitely adds up if you play a long session.
Yeah, the $6 an hour you're going to save, that goes towards your win rate as well.
It does.
All right, we're going to scan these cards. I'm going to have some flops. 6-5 deuce, all diamonds. Ace 10-9, 2 diamonds. 5 diamonds are spoken for.
7 check, 8 check, 9 check.
It's like we got a full house
King
for
high
Kevin.
diamonds for Matt. So he's got king high diamonds. He also has the straight flush gut shot on the bottom. He also has a wrap on the bottom. B holds him making it $10 with a wheel. He has a wheel on an all diamond board. I'm not here to pass judgment. B Hold'em's hand was misread. That's a lot less entertaining. Okay, we're going to find out what he actually has later on, probably. Bull's calling with king 8-8-4, which also makes no sense. Corey potting it to 130, queen jack 5 deuce. An open ender and bottom 2. That's living dangerously. Kevin calling with a set of 10s and an ace. Like he's missing a bunch of boat outs here. Matt, king, queen, jack 6. He's got the diamonds. He's got the diamond draw. He's got the wrap. And he's just calling. You could consider just plowing it. I'd probably play that a bit more aggressively myself. You have gobs and gobs of equity on the bottom against like a set.
I think you do have to put it in there.
Like you want to get it in before anything kills the action. The
Hates
deuce
the
pair's
board
on
pair,
top,
though.
and then queen on the bottom is going to give him the straight on the bottom now.
What's your bracelet there?
Don't recall if anybody had it. There was a 5 deuce, right? Yeah, Corey has deuces full of 5s now. So Corey's got the bottom now.
And B Hold'em actually has trips.
Yeah.
Just a 9 kicker, though.
Yeah, which that's not going to quite do the job, but he does have a few outs to make a better boat. A 9 would make him a better boat. B Hold'em is showing 9-4-3 deuce right now. B Hold'em does not have a 9. We're told that. Corey making it $400. Queen jack 5 deuce. Deuce is full of 5s. And then has an open ender that's probably going to get him quartered if it gets there. Matt's diamonds on top shrivel up a bit. He does have Broadway on the bottom. Same problem, though. You're going to get quartered.
I don't know.
And he has a bonus diamond. So he's going to shove now. The time to shove was a street ago.
Yeah.
Like we want to shove and like get heroed by a set or a 2 pair or something or. So B holds him. Assembling some chips, it looks like. He's going to put them all in. Back to Corey. He's got bottom boat. And he's got a pretty weak hand on the bottom. A pair and a weak straight draw.
Yeah, really not a great spot for that hand.
Like, I'm probably not even betting there.
No.
Certainly not going to be calling here with bottom boat.
Looks like B Hold'em had a little bit more than maybe the graphics showed. It's got more like 5, 6, 7 and change.
Well, this is on top of his original.
Yeah, so we're showing 397, but he's got a bit more money.
Oh, wow.
And Corey going to call off as well. B Hold'em 890 the number there. So no more action. We're going to get the main pot right. Be a side pot here between I think Corey and B Hold'em.
What scenario is that? What hit is that?
You paid your hand.
There's troubles from the start. It turned out
I
okay.
wish you would.
Oh, I checked. Still hate it.
I wanted to see one more card.
Uh-oh. What's Ricky's on that?
Getting this pot right real quick. Then the exciting conclusion of this bomb pot. Here we go. Maybe. Burns out.
I don't think, yeah, that seems like there's a movement. I'm sure there's a lot of people who want to do that.
I see.
What?
They're trying to straighten out the pot. That's the delay here. Like the lawyer is asking a question about the pot. Want to make sure that they get this right here. This is a big pot.
I mean, this is what I was starting.
Should we take a commercial break?
Back after this.
Back after this. Dealers do have a tough job in these bomb pots with some of the split pots, side pots.
There's only one
Can
side
be.
pot this time. I've seen way more than that. I've seen
Oh
like
yeah,
3 side pots.
it certainly can get complicated at times.
But I'm saying 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 15. That is from your stack. That is only from your stack.
Carly's an excellent, experienced dealer. I'm sure she'll get it sorted out here.
I've never
You know?
But this, all the money is matched up. Okay? Bang, bang.
King and the 9's going to pair on the bottom.
This money right here.
So let's see what he has. I can see under the graphics.
On the bottom, there's a pair of 4s right now.
Looks like B. Hold'em's got.
Okay, so Billy has the 3 of diamonds,
Apparently does not have a 9.
3 of hearts, and the 4 of clubs. We are only doing side pot.
We're
showdowns,
getting it
so
right
this
here.
hand is
3,
only
4 of
being
diamonds for a steel wheel. Is that right?
Queen, jack.
B. Hold'em flopped a steel wheel is what actually happens here.
3 of diamonds,
So 4,
3 of hearts, 4 of
4, 4, 3 deuce. We're told that the 3 is actually a diamonds here. We'll see if the graphic. There we go. 4, 4. Yeah, the computer is not being friendly to us right now.
No, that's why I say, I didn't know if they happen to not. Yeah, you flopped it straight.
So queen jack on the bottom is.
There's 3 diamonds left.
Yeah, so 4, 4, 3, 3 with the diamonds. That's the steel wheel on top for B. Hold'em. Talk about flopping it, right?
Absolutely.
And then
Is everything okay back there, Chris?
Matt has Broadway on the bottom,
Okay.
and that's going to get him half the main pot.
No, sorry, it's just when you guys are saying stuff out
I
here.
believe
she's also
Corey's
saying
queen
stuff in
is
the
good
back,
for half of
so
the
I'm
side pot.
hearing multiple different
And now we're just chopping the main.
So, yeah.
Yeah, and then
Actually, no, Matt has king queen.
we have
But he's only in the main pot. He's
Oh,
not in
that's
the
right.
side pot.
Sorry. Yeah, so get a little
Yeah, so
rebate.
yeah, we see Carly kill the hand there. So
Yeah.
Corey had half the side pot, and then we're going to chop the main. Yeah, so got another moment here. And be sure, visit TexasCardHouse.com, finds out all the promotions, all the tournaments we got going on. We talked about the Turkey Shootout happening in Houston starting this week. 3 weeks, 3 tournaments, 3 100K guarantees. One of those is a mystery dairy. Those are fun.
Those are always a good time. Absolutely.
Yeah. Out here in Austin, we've got the Gratitude Tuesdays happening in November. Half off on Tuesdays.
But like,
We've got some No Medusa 7 tournaments coming on back here.
It just felt like it went haywire, but the ace of diamonds
Well, it could have been in someone's hand. It would have been where it
Yeah, so there you go. Those are the dates. Bonus prizes for
that's what I would assume.
and there's one
being the leader over 3 events, all 3 events. Most bags, most entries. And it looks like we're getting ready to get going with Hold'em again.
C4 adding on 2 4.
So, how's football looking? I'm afraid to know. I'm afraid to
Looked a
know.
moment ago, and it was Detroit 3-0.
Detroit 3-0. Okay.
That's been a few minutes. See if that's changed.
It is still 3-0, and darn, Detroit came up with an interception. I'm going to lose to the friggin' worst team in the league, aren't I? Come on, Garoppolo.
You never know with the NFL.
Get
Seen
your
some
stuff
very
together.
weird things.
Get it together. Score some points. Throw the ball to Devontae Adams.
All right.
One of the most surprising things is how the 49ers have played the last few weeks. They looked kind of unstoppable to start the year.
Yeah, I think the injuries have started to pile up there.
Yeah.
Some people are blaming George Kittle and his choice of attire a few weeks ago. Came into Dallas, warm-ups, he was wearing a T-shirt saying something unkind about Dallas, and they haven't won a game since. And so people are trying to connect those dots.
5 raise, 100, 6
I think he got a hefty fine for that, if I recall, right?
9,
Yeah, I think there was some penalty for that. Close and Chris going to go heads up here.
Two pair.
Top 2 for Chris. Hey, if only King Jack of Hearts had taken the flop, right?
And a very favorable flop.
And now 3 pair for the ace-8. Nothing but balls. You can seat this one. What a disaster the Giants are.
Yeah, they may be regretting that big contract for Daniel Jones.
I still don't know why they paid him.
Yeah, it felt like there was a year and a half or 2 years there where every team that didn't have an awful quarterback overpaid whoever they had. Himself, Deshaun Watson.
He was
20.
He had one
else?
half decent year playing a really easy schedule.
Yeah.
It paid him all that money. They should have tagged him. And if Barkley walks, he walks. And we saw he got hurt real quick again.
7 call, 8 fold. 3 clear.
Yeah, Barkley's, even though he's in the conference against my favorite team, the Cowboys, it has been a little disappointing. I feel like he only plays about 5 games a year and it gets hurt.
Yep.
Coming out of Penn State, he was
That's 20.
exciting to watch.
Corey's still ahead with the deuces.
7 call. 1 call.
King for James here. Everyone checks. That 7 means that everybody has a pair now. James is king the best, but not a lot of betting happening here.
Finally, more than one player with a pair, but yeah. Nobody in love with it. See the chessboard in the background there. Do you play chess or dabble at all?
Not really. I'm quite awful at it.
Just taking it up, so that makes 2 of us. Still quite awful. I had a draw with the computer today, so I was kind of proud of that.
All right.
But it's a bit of a learning curve.
Look at these V-pips. Bo's playing more than half the hands. Uncle T, Corey, super active. James and Matt just above that 15% Lottie line. 15% as determined years
the
ago
Lottie
by
line?
the chat. 15% VPIP. That's the number. I didn't choose it. The chat shows it. Esteemed Dola might have been an influence in that back in the early days of this program. So I think TCH Live's been on for almost 4 years now. Where does the time go?
It's pretty amazing. It's fun to go back and look at some of the older streams, see some of the players that still play.
Yeah.
4 raise, 35.
I still play every now and then. You don't see me out there very often. I still play poker every now and then.
5 raise, 115. 6 fold.
Back in the day, I was playing almost every Thursday.
7 raise.
Yeah, actually, I think, well, it's been a few months, but I remember the first time I played with you, I didn't realize it was you until I heard you speak, and then I said, that's the guy from the live stream.
That's how I get spotted a lot.
Very, very recognizable voice.
Every now and then out on the road, I get spotted the same way.
Especially in Texas. You have
Yeah.
the
Yeah,
Northeast
Texas,
accent.
yeah, more Texas than anywhere else, but like I'll be playing a series somewhere else and sometimes they'll say, hey, watch the stream.
5 call.
I've done this a few times now, and I've had that happen for the first couple of times now. Somebody says, oh, caught the stream guy bluffing.
Yeah, that's an accomplishment right there.
Yeah.
5 check.
Piece for both players.
There we go.
Will somebody bet this time? Ace-6-3 Jack.
Lots of checking.
We're crying out loud, guys. You got top pair. You got diamonds on the board. We're not betting. 3 pairs on the end. The queen's going to play for Chris. The 5 is not going to play for James.
Probably bet call here.
I would imagine. Or, you know, check, because that's just the
It could
vibe we
just be
seem to have
check.
here. I don't know anymore.
Decent sized pot, $500 out there.
5 bet.
Pretty hefty bet.
275 gets snapped.
Certainly don't blame the call there from the ace-5.
Well, when it goes check, you know, top pair is a mandatory call on the river.
Yeah. Well, especially with the protection from the jack, so
What?
he's chopping with ace-10,
Yeah, I have
for
no choice
example.
but to snap.
Yeah.
Did not expect me.
Jeffrey Tobin said scared money doesn't make any money. That is true.
Live 10.
I definitely thought you were just pure bluffing. I was like,
That's good.
whoever has an ace. Yeah, I was like,
Reckless
maybe
money
we're
doesn't make
talking
any
here.
money either.
Usually not.
But-
Every now and then you get lucky.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
This is one of the few games that will sometimes reward terrible
Bet
decisions.
pot and I would have called on all of
Corey's queens.
Corey with the ladies in red,
3 raise, 35.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
35.
5 call. 6 fold.
Just making the call.
No more bluffing for me, okay?
So
Okay.
marginal at best
I'll
hands
totally
here.
believe
Got a Doyle Brunson out there.
1 fold.
Wonder what these players are having for dinner here.
3 players.
Jack 10-6, 2
Top
hearts.
pair, right? For Chris, yep.
That is top pair, which is going to be the worst time to make that as he is against an overpair. Bowles has bottom pair as well, so something for everyone here.
Backdoor hearts.
See a pizza box back there. I wonder if perhaps they put in a Reali's order,
Very possible.
the Italian restaurant in this shopping center. We see Corey going for the check raise. Jack 10-6, a pretty wet board with the 2 hearts. He would really like to get the maximum out of any draws that might be out there. Top pair, mediocre kicker. No real draws. Chris going to get out of there. Bowles. Bottom pair, backdoor hearts. And the over. Decides to see another card.
If it went all in, I would have called.
That's not the one he was looking for.
Pretty big blank.
Scary. Not that
You just get snapped off by aces full. Or jacks full.
Disappointing 4 of clubs there. And $300 to bet from Corey.
I know this is a pretty wet board, but if you have queens here, do you ever check back just for pot control? So you don't face a big
No, I don't
river
want to
bet?
give a free river to. Like, what are the bad rivers? Like, an ace, a king, a queen, kind of,
a 9,
a 9, an 8,
Yep.
a heart,
Yeah.
a jack, a 10.
There's a lot of cards that are a problem.
Most of the rivers are bad.
If it's less wet, do you ever
Bulls.
check back for pot control?
Well, I may check back to and do some things. And hey, one of those bad rivers, the 10, which Bulls doesn't actually have the 10 here. He did call the 300. See if Corey decides to shut it down now. No, he's going to go
He
all
jams. Wow.
in. Here's the big
He
moment for
wants-
Bulls. All the draws missed. So if your thesis is that Corey's on a draw here, that's bluffing.
Sixes are good.
It all missed.
This would be
That
a
was like
huge
$5
call.
over.
Slight bummer that you have the king of hearts. You are blocking, actually a slightly bigger bummer. You're blocking king, queen, and you're blocking the hearts.
That's why I went wrong.
I think he's going to release this.
Will he be that stubborn?
Dude, now you shipping.
I respect the fact that he's thinking about
My
it,
what?
although he would be wrong
Oh, what about it?
in this scenario.
Is that going? Or did you?
It's going pretty well.
Yeah. Did you ever get the?
He's going to
He
call.
makes the call.
Oh,
He's going to
wow.
get stacked. All those profits will evaporate in
gone.
one hand.
That was like a very fleeting.
$2,780.
Wow.
Gonna get pushed by Carly to Corey.
Yeah. Good times, good times.
And see if Bulls decides to come back or if he decides to just enjoy himself some pizza.
Really? All of them?
Nice play by Corey, though, to go for max value there. A lot of people would be afraid to do that, to jam on the river.
Yeah.
10 coming in.
Maybe he thinks he's got an opponent who is a bit more inclined to call lighter.
Call light, yeah.
He did, yeah. He played with me once. He and I hung out a couple times.
Nice hand for Corey. He's going to be way in the lead.
On Saturday, I watched a lady snap somebody's river bet with queen high. And she was right.
And she was right.
She was right.
I gotta get out more. I probably
This
will.
pizza would make me hungry, except I had dinner before I came here.
Yeah, so did I. There's a. Have you ever been to? For those in the Austin area, if you come to TCH Austin, there's a few good restaurants around here. One of them, Cover 2. Have you been there?
I have
Just
not.
up the road on 183. For a sports bar type atmosphere, really good food.
Good to know. Yeah, I just grabbed myself some Raisin Canes before I came here.
Oh, I do love Raisin Canes.
Every now and then I have gone by Realities before the show and had myself a small pizza. Something like that.
Yeah, it's a good place.
I'm a New Yorker and I say the pizza's
You know those
okay.
like buffalo slot
That's a high
I literally
praise.
think buffalo is what I hear.
It's hard to get decent pizza in Texas. Like, there's a few spots, but I mean,
They really should make that your name
Not the
on Steam,
same.
and then they can play like the buffalo. They could turn it to buffalo.
King Jack 4 Rainbow. Gutter for Matt.
Except I don't.
You don't
I
bluff?
don't bluff on.
Respect to RT with a 9 triz.
I don't
Getting in
believe
now.
it.
Probably thinks he's due to hit something.
Highly
He's
doubt
had
it.
a
I
lot
don't think
of
he can resist the temptation.
draws, a lot of second pairs. Just hasn't really had the best hand all night.
That pizza pretty good? No. Not worth it.
Matt G wins a small one with ace queen.
Just okay. Wow, that's pretty brutal. Those reviews.
I can't wait.
There's like 500 people
If you
watching.
want great pizza,
Just all right.
there's a pizza truck off of North Burnett Road called Pedroso's. Highly rated. Strongly recommend trying it. If you've seen the Dave Portnoy from Barstool One Bite Pizza reviews, have you seen those on YouTube?
I have not.
No? He goes around and rates pizza very critically. It scored well. I've had it myself. Best pizza I've had in Austin.
I'll have to give that a try sometime. I'll
Absolutely.
have to make my way down there. I'm up north.
So am
Yeah.
I. It's rare that I'm in the area. But
Yeah. And I'm familiar with the idea of getting pizza out of a truck. When I was living in Seattle, the best pizza I found came out of a truck, actually. Like, they had an active food truck scene. There's this one lady making, like, proper New York-style pizza, and it was the nuts up there. I think they ended up opening a restaurant somewhere up there.
it seems to be the path for a lot of places here. They start with a truck, get some clientele, and then go brick and mortar.
Yeah.
5 check. 8
Uncle
bet.
T has the best hand with a pair of 9s. Beholds him calling with the bottom pair. Heads up we go to the turn. Make that 2 pair for Beholder. Kings and deuces. Uncle T needs a 9. The graphics suggest there aren't any more available.
One bet 125. 8
125 the bet. And Uncle T has seen enough. That king also completed a straight. Put up another flush draw. Decides to get off the crazy train now. I'm thinking it might be time for a rematch.
Have we waited long enough?
I think so, and we're going to
Love
find
for it.
out. I'll let the winner go first this time.
Okay. Give yourself a little sweat.
Yeah.
Oh, stay here.
You have a hand?
Let you get your hopes up at the 74.
No, it's too late.
It was a bit of a suck out for me.
5 raise to 10.
And that's just how it's gone. You know, I've been
7 fold.
taking it all weekend.
9 fold. Is that a fold, Billy?
He was
1
just trying to
fold.
bluff me out here.
2 call.
All right, I got slightly better odds here.
All right, not too bad.
I got some good hands.
3 fold. 4 call. 3 players.
Thanks, Reno. I got a good luck from the chat.
I hate my life.
know.
I freaking hate my life right now. You know that?
More run bad.
There, take your money.
For the chat and everybody listening, I just had a $10 bill thrown at me by Mr. Lati. I'll give you a chance to win it back. You'll have 2 more chances.
2 more chances to buy you dinner.
Frank says, ouch, Lati.
Well, it's a well-known fact that I run quite bad back here.
4 checks. 2 checks.
When I'm out there amongst the common people, I can roll hundreds with the best of them.
Can I take the headset off and leave with my $20 to have a little hit and run?
Hit and run the booth. That's a power move right there. You see nothing really happens. 2 players swap a pair, and there's a small bet, and there's a lot of checking.
Chris now up 2.2K. Corey 1.3. After leading for much of the night, Bowles is now down 600.
Yeah,
Plenty of time to make it back.
Unfortunately,
picked the wrong times of bluff catch a little bit ago.
7 fold, 8 fold, 9 raise, 30, 1 fold.
Ace king for Matt. Ace king for Bowles.
100,
This
This'll
could
be
get boring.
3 fold.
By interesting, you mean anticlimactic.
Most likely. Sometimes, though, you'll see people get blown off.
Well, Chris has ace queen.
Oh, bad time to have ace
He's
queen.
just going to call. He's not going to put the Colts 4 in. Is Matt going to go for the 4? He sees the 3-bet. He sees the Colts call. And he's going to have middle position of the 3 players.
He's got a raising face on.
9 raise, 350.
350 the size here. Bull's going to move all in for slightly more.
And as you said, anticlimactic.
Yeah.
Unless we get some clubs or.
3 clubs for Matt, 4 hearts or 4 spades for Bulls. Otherwise, we're going to have a chop here. Clubs
Chop
are
it
still
up.
live. Now we chop. And so
That's
I think
right,
we
we
just
did
went
have
once.
This is when it's good that you pay hourly, not a rake.
Yep. In a rake scheme, you know, $5 or perhaps more would just disappear forever into the casino's coffers. Here in Texas, the money stays on the table. You're paying an hourly access fee, $12 an hour here at TCH Austin. And if we divide that by like the 2 minutes it took to play that hand, you paid a lot less.
Absolutely. All the money stays on the table as well.
Which also keeps the games bigger. That's how these 1-2 games even can have like $5,000 on the table. They go long enough. $300 at a time. Like it's a capped game, $300 buy-in.
I've actually seen a single person with 5,500 here at 1-2. That's the biggest stack I've seen, but
especially if you get the right characters in who are just going to straddle and blast away. I have once played a hand of 1, 2, 5, 10, 20, 40, 80, 160.
I think I've played something like that at least once or twice.
And then I got aces.
Was
That was good.
And then you got what?
I got aces.
Oh, wow.
That was good.
And they held.
Yes, they did.
Very nice. Games like that, you better have at least a few bullets, though. Otherwise, you're out of the game early and don't get a chance to make it back if you get a little bit unlucky.
There are some tamer tables. They're not all insane.
Oh, absolutely.
9-8 deuce, all diamonds. Bolts has the 7 of diamonds. Kevin with the 6 of diamonds. Top 2 for Pete Hold'em. Interesting flop here. $80 the bet from B. Hold'em.
Thank you.
Have to recognize we just had someone roll. Poker Monkey rolled a 100.
Oh, 100. Where the hell was that a few minutes ago?
gets 5x.
Bulls decided to raise his 7-high diamond draw. And he's going to get in with B. Hold'em. Bulls looking for a diamond. B. Hold'em looking to hold or to pair one of those cards. Looks like we are going to go twice here. That's a diamond. And that's a 9.
Wow.
Suck, resuck. And Bulls is going to get scooped here, unfortunately for him.
Very tough run out there, particularly on that top board.
The turn giveth, the river taketh away.
Yes, it did. As you said, the old suck, resuck. It's always tough when you're on the wrong end of that.
The thing is, you need to have both of those steps. I only had one of those yesterday. That was the problem. The turn was the bad one, and then the river was not the good one, and then I lost. That's my high-level analysis of why I did not win the Gargantuan yesterday, why I min-cashed it.
Your deep poker analysis of how it went?
Absolutely. That's like high-level analysis here. I should be charging piles of money for that.
If you want to sign up for these poker lessons, go to williamlati.com. I'm kidding.
Yeah.
I don't believe there is. There a website, William?
No.
No.
Bulls reloaded for 500. He's going to get queens.
3 folds, 4 folds. Florida Live.
And right back in there.
5 folds.
Chris on a defend button. 3 deuce for Kevin.
8 3 players. Do you know who the second
We're going to go 3 ways.
Maui? Alright. If you want to do the
There's a 3, and there's a queen.
no. 6 check.
Top set for Bulls.
If you want
Chris
to
has
do
a
the
gutter.
5 or 15,
Kevin has a pair.
2 bets.
But Bulls has the nuts.
Deuce on the turn would be very nasty.
That would be the chaos card for sure.
2 pairs straight, top set.
Yeah. Bulls is 60. Gonna get called by Kevin. Chris not interested in the over and the gut shot.
No,
Give us the deuce.
Another 3. Okay, it was the 3 deuce that actually folded, so I think. Chris with the ace 5, yeah.
5 got 100.
If only the 3 deuce had been the one that stayed in.
Yes.
This would just be like, it would be all in already. Instead, Bulls checks over to Chris, makes it $100. Bulls has top boat. The question is, do we shove now or do we call and hope that we get the chance to check call river? Chris drawing dead here. Chris getting a pair of 5s, may feel less inclined to bluff now, holding a pair.
Showdown value. Yep. I think Bulls probably just jams here. It's really tantalizing. Oh, he's putting on a little acting show, looking like he's unsure.
It's gonna
Now this
lead, though.
raises alarm bells, the fact that he's not going all in. Pretty sure
3/4
Chris is going to
pot,
get away.
and he's going to bet a lot less than that. 120, and Chris has a pair. He might say, well,
The pot odds are great,
Yeah.
but it's a very suspicious bet size. Probably just pay it off. Yeah, he's gonna.
5 call.
he does call. Showing the goods. Props to Kevin for sidestepping a disaster there. Well, really, I think what happened was Chris sort of took the bullet for him. I think Kevin would have called if Chris hadn't. And
You're adding on 1,000.
then we probably do see the double up happen.
Adding on 1,000. Now he's coming in next hand. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Another look at these V-pips.
Just some random.
Bulls
Yeah.
way up there at 66%.
Yeah. Certainly came to play some hands.
That's cooler there.
We just picked him up at like Walmart. He was outside. 5-10.
He's had a lot of hands to play as well, so
Yes.
often that'll skew it over smaller sample size.
Yeah, sometimes they keep you busy. There's another one, Queen Jack of Hearts. Perfectly playable hand there.
3 fold. 4 call. 5 fold. 6 fold.
Johnny calls with the 6-5. His diamonds are covered by James. And Uncle T covers everything with 2 aces.
8 raise. 150.
T's been
Close to 150.
pretty patient with second best most of the night, so
Matt with a beautiful Jack-10 suited, but facing a raise and a million calls and a 3-bet. It's like, come on, I wanted to see a flop.
9
let's
fold.
go.
I don't think Bulls is going to let a little thing like a 3-bet stop him. He's going to move
He's
all
not.
in. He just got those chips.
7 fold. 8
And, of course,
gonna
he's
be
going to get snapped by Uncle T.
No further action.
Bulls looking for a miracle here. Queen Jack of Hearts versus Aces with a heart.
So they're going once.
Just back doors. That's it. And the queen just to rub it in a little bit. Uncle T gonna get his knight out of the muck, gonna get the full double up here. At the expense of bulls, not the full double up, but almost the double up at the expense of bulls.
That is my time with you. You have
And that's gonna be the mic drop moment for Carly. We're gonna have a do or change here.
Maui. Thank you.
Sounds like it's Maui coming in.
Thank you guys. Good luck.
Looks like bulls might be done.
Yeah, it looks like he's halted the knight. See him disappear off the graphics. We see him disappear off the table.
My rule of whatever the other person wants. Oh, but run whatever you want. I'm like, tonight is not my night.
Yeah. But yeah, just run. Oh, I pretty much always run down.
I mean, seriously, that's the
So,
I've gotten all
get the stealer change happening here, and then we'll get a bomb pot.
I get the middle pair.
Remember, we got the turkey shootout happening in Houston coming up these next 3 weeks of November. TexasCardHouse.com for all the details there.
I had to go out and
Here in Austin, every Tuesday, we're going to have the 50% off. 50% off your access fees every Tuesday in November, which starts next week. November 1st is Wednesday, so that starts next week. Gratitude Tuesdays.
Damn broke boys, look out.
Got a No Limit
Looking
Deuce
forward to
tournament happening this Sunday here at TCH Austin. Always a fun time here at TCH. We've also got the Quads of the Day promo. It hit today. It was forced today. It hit. It'll start again tomorrow with Quad 5s. TexasCardHouse.com for all the rules there. Find out what the jackpot is each day. And here comes some cards. As we're into the second half of the show now.
Sure is good so far, Kevin.
And Vegas is getting shut out.
Still 3-0?
9-0.
9-0.
The important thing for me is the nothing part.
You gotta swipe your cards again.
We got a
For
flop
your
now.
fantasy team?
For my fantasy team, yeah. Ace 9, 7, 2 spades, and Jack 9, 3 rainbow.
What is your fantasy team's record to date?
Bad. I have 2 wins.
2 wins?
Yeah.
I had my first loss this week, but
Sick brag.
had to work that in
checks
there.
Here. Everyone checks there. 3 of hearts, and I think the other card was a king. There's definitely not 2 nines of clubs. This is not a foul deck here. There we go. Matt working with a mystery card. He's got at least a wrap, or at least an open ender. Everyone keeps checking.
Yeah.
I'm actually not sure who has the best hands here. These graphics don't stay with the player long enough for me to read the hands. Let's see, aces and 3s for Johnny. Matt with 10, 9, 8 something. Pots it to 80. The 10, 8 would be the nut straight on top. Don't know about the bottom.
Got 2 10-8s out there, it appears, if that's correct.
Yeah, so James probably putting some more money in here. He does have kings and deuces on the bottom. So once in a while, he can win the bottom. Find out what that mystery card is here. King 10, 9, 8. So kings and 9s. So it's going to be Matt getting 3/4 here. They both have 10, 8, and Matt has the better 2 pair on the bottom.
I almost potted, I know. So close to the king space. So close.
James glad that he didn't pot there.
You gotta play 2 cards.
I know.
Would have cost him some more money as he'd be getting quartered. Half of whatever he put in would go Nat's way.
I'm just afraid you might have like queen 10 spades or something that just has me crushed.
All right, we'll go back to Holton. Just a second here. I think we're just waiting for the computer as well to do something smart and useful. You see, we still have the PLO graphic up here.
King and 9 of diamonds. Last card on the river on the bottom.
We'll get there eventually. Apologies for this. Preston furiously pressing buttons, surely. 15 minutes ago.
I don't know. I don't really watch the stream that often, so yeah. I don't know how they rate the cards.
What was your name, sir?
Up top, they're asking like what the cards were, I guess. I'm surprised they don't read it.
Ryan EC2.
And the camera kept going out of focus, so I couldn't see the cards. And then when it came in focus, I'm like, that is not.
All right.
We have a new player.
We do have a new player. The new player is Brian. Walking into a pair of 5s here. Johnny with the 3-2 suited.
5 raised to 25.
Makes the call.
6 fold, 7 fold, 8 call.
Chris making it 25. T calling, Brian calling, Johnny calling. Just like that, we have $105 in the middle.
Yeah. It may be 50.
Oh yeah, he had 18 in the first 8.
King 9-8. Chris has top pair.
My bad, 5 bet 40.
Somebody's bet, I assume it's Chris. And everyone else folded.
On to the next one.
Yep. Nothing all that exciting there. But hey, it can't be all non-stop callers. Otherwise, the callers stop being special.
Yeah, I'm sure he was on the pitch. Still recovering. He was doing well. He had that trailing slider, moving away from the plate.
Sweeper.
Yeah, the sweeper. Yeah. Which is always just fun. He didn't have a seat. I think able to get it out of their system yesterday.
3 raised to 15.
Here we go.
5 re-raised to 50. 6 fold, 7 fold, 8 fold.
Couple playable hands.
Yep.
And 1 fold.
50 from Chris.
3 raised, 175.
150 from Corey, deciding to play that ace-jack offsuit as a 4-bet. Gets the job done. One of the upsides to the straddle not being on, I think, you play deeper to start with, and then there's a little bit more room for a 4-bet. And we know Chris is capable with not having the nuts every time he 3-bets.
Right. Yeah, he had that interesting hand early.
Yeah, because he said, you know, they were adjusting this knuckleball.
Marginal holding.
He said, you bring a guy in that throws 92 and it looks like it's coming out of 110 miles an hour.
It's floating.
Yeah. And so it would take 2 innings for them to adjust that, and then he'd bring in a left-hander or something. You know, and it would just jack it to 20. And I thought, I never thought about that. Back in Charlie Hubbard's for the Rangers.
Yeah, and the Negro Brothers.
Yeah, the Negro Brothers.
Will be due in the near future for a couple of folks to have big pocket pairs. The biggest holdings pocket pair-wise heads up we've had is queens versus tens, right?
Something like that. We've had the Jackson 10s. We had the Queens and Ace King.
Queens and Ace King, yeah. Yeah, and the Jackson 10s, yeah.
And here we have Corey and Johnny both with a pair, Uncle T with a gutter. You know, the turn doesn't help anybody. 5 on the river will make the rich richer. Johnny had a 5, and now he has another 5, and will have no problem offering resistance to Corey's $20 bet. Johnny clicking it to 45. Backdoor diamonds did come in as well. And Corey's got to let go of the 10-4.
Have you played with Corey or Johnny before?
I'm sure at some point I have. It all runs together at some point.
Played with Johnny. I don't believe I've played with Corey, but possibly at some point.
Vegas got on the board, 9-7. Now, if only they can blow it open in the second half.
Vegas has to figure out how to get Devontae Adams involved.
Yeah.
Pretty amazing that they've struggled so hard with that.
I think he's getting frustrated too.
Absolutely. Pretty sure he misses Aaron Rodgers dearly.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say Garoppolo's a step down from that.
Yeah.
To say nothing about the coach situation.
Yeah, that's been a mess.
Top pair for Uncle T here.
Chris looks like he wants to be sticky.
Over and back doors, makes the call. Gets another 5 for his troubles. Front door spades do come in. 250. Will he bluff or will he fold? He will fold. Uncle T gonna take another one.
Could have thought about representing the flush there, but would have had to commit quite a few chips.
Yeah, that would
to
have
do
gotten
that.
expensive. fours for James. Chris going to defend that $10 straddle with the ace-3. Gets rewarded. Ace-10-9. James will continue, and I don't expect top pair to go away here. He'll make the call. And he'll get another ace for his troubles. That makes 3 of them. Now he's going to lead the turn.
Interesting choice there.
Top card pairing is usually, especially when it's an ace, it's usually not where you're going to lead the turn as what is essentially the big blind defender against an under-the-gun open who's going to fold. Is this one of those bets to, quote, see where you're at? You see that
somewhat
sometimes.
Connected board and 2 flush draws, 9-10, but could definitely have checked there. Maybe get some more value, but of course we can see the cards they can't.
Yep. Probably would have gotten some value out of a draw. But if that would have been a big race, he'd have had himself a problem.
Indeed.
Certainly could have had ace-king, ace-queen, ace-jack there, and now he has king-king. Oh no, Kevin has king-king, but we'll get back to that. He's straddled. James has 8s. Brian 3-betting the 10s. We know this is going to go badly. Okay,
There's
onto
the
the main
kings.
attraction. Kevin, our $10 straddler, with 2 kings, facing an early position raise, and then a 3-bet. Only question is how big. I would say about 350.
So he went
375.
275. Oh, 375, yeah.
8s go away. King Jack goes away. 10s. Wonder why he played 10s.
Could just flat and set mine here, kind of knowing he's behind, but
Not quite the right odds to set mine,
Not
but
quite.
he's beating some stuff. It's an awkward position. And now he has to fold. That's the downside of 3-betting there.
That's how you do that.
get blown off your hand.
Yes, getting 4-bet off your hands, whereas if you just flat and you get the squeeze from the straddle, you're probably going to have the right price to call and try and flop yourself a 10. Also, you're usually worried about the guy who opens under the gun. And forget the straddle squeezing you.
Certainly.
Like you're reopening the action to the strongest range at the table. And that's always risky business.
Would have been interesting to see if somebody could hit a set there. We've seen sets, but only with big pocket pairs. We haven't really seen somebody flop a set of 5s or 7s or what have you.
Yeah, like bottom set versus good top pair. That would be the one that could escalate a little bit more.
There's some 5s.
James not squeezing with the king-queen.
Let's get a 5 on this flop.
Let's get a couple of hearts and a king. How about that?
Two pair.
Top pair for James. Bottom 2 for Brian. Nut heart draw for Uncle T.
Here we go.
Uncle T going to put up the C-bet. He does have the ace. He has the nut flush draw. He goes half pot and 2 pair just kind of flat. Bottom 2 for Brian. James making the call with the king queen. To the turn we go. Another king. So that's trips for James. That's 3 pair for Brian. I think he'll be done with this. Checks to Brian, and he checks as well.
Terrible
Everyone
turn
checks.
card.
Jack of diamonds on the end. The hearts miss. What a boring run out that was.
So much potential to start with, Lottie. That was.
Let's run it back. Let's change the. Go back to the turn and try it again.
Yeah.
What's the next card off the deck?
Went action killer, action killer.
225 from James. Three pair is too many, Brian. I mean, he beats a heart draw, but I mean that's really reaching there.
Yeah.
James not going to get any additional
his
money
hand
for those
was
trips.
basically dead with that turn.
Or save the king for the end. How about we save the king for the end? Can we just swap those 2 cards?
We could, yeah, all we had to do is just reverse.
Yeah, the Jack of Diamonds, we can put some more money in there. And then get disappointed on the river. Instead, we get the action killer. Chris Corey, D holds him the big winners tonight. Ace Queen for Matt. Our 2-time bracelet winner joining us tonight. Kevin has kings again. Twice in 3 hands. The 3 that will be, I think, 175.
See what Matt does with ace queen. He's going to
Just
let
lets it go. Decides to give Kevin the respect. Kevin taking it down. Fading the ace on the flop.
It's the best way. Pre-flop folds.
And it is time for a bomb pot. $10, 4 cards, 2 boards. Another look at the winnings here. Still plenty of time for Johnny and his Uncle T to get out of that 4-figure hole. One big pot will do the trick.
Certainly will. We've quite a few streams where you'll see somebody go from worst to first with an hour and a half left.
Queen 10, 2 diamonds, and Jack 9 deuce, 2 clubs. Some interaction here. 10's full for Uncle T. Also 9 on the bottom. He's playing a pair of 10s on the bottom. He has a 9 as well. B holds him with bottom set. Also with Jack, but just the one-way hands he correctly folds.
Discipline fold.
Corey with aces and clubs. So he has the nut club draw on the bottom. He also has aces on the top. Probably not really hanging his hat on those, though. He does call. Johnny with the royal flush gut shot and the trip queen's going to call. Also has a gutter on bottom. 3 of diamonds and 9 of spades. So the ace high diamonds for Johnny, but he's up against the boat already. Meanwhile, on the bottom, Uncle T has trip 9s and looks to have his opponent's drawing dead there. So he makes it 250.
Uncle T with a legit chance at a
Scoop ability.
here.
He's got it. And I think this is where Corey exits. No longer the nut draw on the bottom with the paired board. And Johnny going to continue. He needs a specific river. That's not it. Uncle T going to scoop. Goes kind of small here, $300.
It's going to be tough for Johnny to fold.
He's got trips, and he's got a pair on the bottom.
Very value-ish bet here, but yeah,
Gonna
the
make the
pot
call.
odds were huge. Big hand for Uncle T there. Gets him. He had been in a hole. I think he's getting pretty close to being out of it.
He's at least halfway out now.
Love that queen. Love that queen.
Uncle T wearing the right hat for the right team.
See him get that pot shipped to him by Maui. Hard to keep my words straight at this hour.
It is getting late. I think talking about poker for 4 hours is more tiring than playing poker for 4 hours.
It can be sometimes.
Yeah. You're in every hand.
Yeah, especially when you're in every hand. So, I mean, here we're in every hand. Some of these players are playing every hand as well.
The bull was 66% of the way there. Nobody
Taking
with
it
much
down.
there. A lot of very marginal holdings here. There's some tens.
Tens versus 10-9 of clubs. Heads up we go.
Not a great flop for the 9-10 of clubs. Oh, just got better.
Answer. Tosses a 20 out there. Second pair for James, going to make the call. King 8-3-7. Ace on the ends. Backdoor Titans get there, and Uncle T's not going to bluff at it. James will be delighted to see if his tens are
You were pretty
good.
far behind.
Although the 8-7 was awesome. That hand has made me, I've had that hand 19 suited probably 6 times. It made me
That's up there for my favorite ones.
yeah, in my too. That and 8-10 suited. I
Great
love
to have you all here watching this Monday evening. Be sure to hit that like button if you haven't done so already.
such a giant player.
So, Halloween's tomorrow.
Snuck up on me. Do you have
Yeah.
any plans?
I'll be serving candy to the trick-or-treaters. Stocked up on candy. The trick is, buy stuff that you enjoy, and then
So you have
can
the
eat the leftovers.
Yeah.
See how the weather's looking tomorrow. It's going to be cold. I mean,
I was
last
going to
week,
say, is it going to be
like it was
rainy
summer a
as
week
well?
ago. It was summer a week ago. Now it's winter.
We went straight from 100 degrees to cold and damp, unfortunately. Such as Texas.
Well,
It
tomorrow
looks
they're
like it
saying-
might be reasonably pleasant, but very cold at night.
Yeah, sunny and a high of 58, and it could freeze tomorrow night. So, good luck. Good luck to B. Holden in hitting his spades. Has swapped himself a draw there. Check, check. Has the best hand as well. Takes it down with a little bet there.
B. Holden with the stylish magnetic glasses case or holder, I guess, on his shirt there.
I guess.
I think that's the magnetic,
I assume so.
the reader's holder. Getting close to the age where I may need those, so
Yeah.
holding out.
So I say, my glasses just stay on my face.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about it. Yeah.
Well, it's like Texas is ahead in Game 3 out in Arizona.
Score?
And it's 3-0 in the 6th inning.
3-0 Texas. It's only the 5th inning?
6th.
Oh, 6th.
Kings for Corey this time. $140, and then once again we see that these opens are on the slightly lighter side. Matt on the button with the ace-10 off. Might decide to do something, and he made a very unfortunate decision. He has decided to go for the 4-bet bluff.
He's been very patient as well. He's folded ace-queen correctly multiple times pre-flop.
I like the bluff.
Yeah.
It's a fine squeeze spot on Corey's side. It's just Corey actually has it this time. And if I'm Corey, I'm just flatting here. I am not going for the 5-bet. I am going to give Matt every chance to, never mind.
He jams.
All in and a snap fold. What I was going to say was I was going to give Matt every chance to bluff flop. Because if he's going to keep telling that story, he's going to probably end up telling it with all of his chips. As long as we fade the ace, we can say, ha, I have kings.
Yeah, I think Matt maybe, well, it was a fine spot, like you said, for the bluff, but he's been so disciplined. I don't know about you, but at a certain point, you fold, you know, and you
some
get to
people,
a
the
point
wheels
where,
start to come off a little bit.
yeah, you start to widen your range a little bit.
Yeah. We're not even in the last hour yet. We're not even in power hour.
Getting close. I'm going to have to give you a chance to get some of your money back here in a minute.
Yeah. Of course, by that he means just got even more buried.
Somebody had spades. Yes,
B. Holden.
Spades.
This is why 7-5 suited is so awesome.
Oh, that you did previously mention that's your favorite one-gapper, suited one-gapper.
Unfortunately, none of his opponents actually have any hands. So
yeah, it's probably going to end pretty quickly. It's unfortunate James doesn't have at least one spade to play along with.
score another one for B. Holden. B. Hold this flop flush.
Played a lot with B. Holden.
As have I.
B. Pips now with the bull out. Brian leading the way. Uncle T right there.
Someone's got to carry the torch.
All right, set of fives. We haven't had a low pocket pair. Still no sets.
Still haven't. We just have the 9 Triz special is all.
I think so. Yeah.
Chinese got the 9. And he's got the best hand, the 10-9 offsuit. Ace of 25.
Yes, and the other one's sausage.
I don't think he gets any customers. He gets no customers. All right, 10's on this time, 2-5-10.
Middle pair for Kevin here. Predicting bet fold. Call from Beholden.
And I see a spade draw now. These graphics are right. Check, check. Now I don't know what the river is. Another jack. Jack's full of 9s. The bet and the quick folds.
It is. It's got it, yeah.
I can see the fold still in.
Yeah, I'm gonna hate when I have to wash it. It's probably gonna stain easily. I almost didn't get white, but yeah. I usually only wear black all the time, so.
Well, I don't know who this guy is without the buffalo shirt.
Yeah.
Wear it
Buffalo, that's what
underneath.
it is. Buffalo.
That is a great name.
I know. I don't know why he doesn't tell the stream to do it. Buffalo. If the commentators are listening, they have to change it to
Nobody
Buffalo.
knows I bluff right now.
Oh, yeah, that's a mystery to us.
Yeah.
We never saw you once.
Queen Jack suited for Corey. Kevin three-betting the ace queen. Please let this be an interesting flop.
Queen high flop would be interesting.
At
Some
least
sort
let's
of
put some
Broadway
draws
draws.
up. Or some diamonds or something. As we see Corey making the call. Don't fail us now,
All
Maui.
the big hands happen after.
I'm telling
Is that really what
All
happens?
all the hands you want to see.
I mean,
Action flop, here we come.
Getting the graphics right. There we go. Here we go with the flop. Heads up. Ace queen versus queen jack. There's an ace. And there's a
Little
king and a
something there.
6. So you got a gutter and a backdoor for Corey. I don't know if that's going to be enough for him, though. Kevin, top pair. Good kicker.
Quick bet also.
He's the 3-better. This is his board. This is an automatic C-bet. Corey going to see if he can find himself a 10 or maybe a diamond to get himself into more trouble here.
Ooh,
There's the 10! Kevin can chop if he finds himself a jack. Otherwise, Broadway is the exclusive property of Corey and C3.
People are embarrassed.
You just have to ask for it more often, Lottie.
250. is the bet from Kevin. Just call. There we go. He just calls. Let's hope this doesn't kill the action. No spade, no board pair. Do it.
We finally got
There
it.
we go. 4 of hearts. We'll see if Kevin goes for the 3rd street here.
We got
Corey will be going for a street regardless.
we got the blank we needed, not the hero we needed.
3rd street from Kevin, and now how big is the 4th street from Corey going to be?
Oh, Kevin bets
I mean,
500.
500, and
I'm sure they do here too. The minimum.
Corey in the dream spot of holding the nuts.
I think probably 1,500.
Stack
Maybe
sizes are
1250.
interesting. Yeah. Yeah.
It's more a question of pot odds to where he can actually
I think there's a
call.
lot of demand people who want to get on the streams.
Comes. It's like you were very close there. Maybe 1,300? No, more.
Oh, he's going for a lot more.
It's going 18, I think.
I would think.
Let's see what we got there. Looks like 1,800.
1,800. I think he's targeting 2 pair. Though I think Ace King would. Well, Ace King did bet. I think he's targeting Ace King or a set,
Yeah.
and he's not blocking either of those. Or like Ace 10 that somehow got here, like an Ace 10 suited that spiked on the turn. And the spades did miss.
What do you think? This is a fold for Kevin, right? This is a lot of strength.
Depends on what you think Corey's capable of with the bluffs. If you don't
Yeah.
think he's able to bluff river, then it's an easy fold. If you do think that he can take a spade draw and blast it, we got to hit the call button.
Yeah.
Not anymore. I think
Tough
it's only
spot.
once or twice a week.
Don't want to get bluffed in a big pot on the stream either.
Sometimes Saturday.
There's always that.
Rarely does it go during.
Can influence folks.
Ace 10's good.
He lets it go. He
Nice
lets it go.
fold. Nice hand for Corey. 1K profit.
That's how it was a few years ago. Everyone moved to Texas. All pros, you know.
Well, that breathes a little bit more life into this game.
It's only a matter of time.
We got the turn in the river we needed finally.
We did.
Some fireworks.
When I moved here, I remember it was really good.
Most of the time tonight, it would have been like a board pairing spade. It would have been like a 10 of spades. You're like, what are we doing here?
Corey now leading the way by almost a
All the money.
1K profit difference from second. Chris, 1.6.
You need a queen jack.
Beholden's had a good night as well.
I remember at 1-2. Yeah, there was always someone. There was
And we'll see it in a little while, so you can tell me.
James and Matt just on the right side of it at the moment, but there's still plenty of poker to play.
Yeah, I mean, I had ace queen.
And even after the cameras go off, they can keep playing if they so desire. TCH Austin remaining open 24 hours as long as there's a game going.
I have to worry about like vibrating in a lobby situation.
6 call. 7 raise. 45. 8 fold. 6 call.
Blinds on blind action here. All right, well, gut shot for Kevin. 7s are only good for 3rd pair for James. Check, check. Chaos card right there, 7 of diamonds. That's going to be a set, and that's going to be a straight.
Wow.
Guess they were just saving the
Brutal
action for the
turn
end.
for James.
Kevin does hold the diamonds. There are 3 diamonds on the board. James's 100 gets called by Kevin, and the 4th diamond
Oh, that
means that
action
Kevin,
killer.
his straight is going to turn into a baby flush. Check, check. I see the set, no good. Losing to both the straight and the flush.
James hated seeing the diamond, but actually saved him some money there for sure.
It did. You get a brick river, he bets the river, and then he probably gets raised, and he probably calls. Blinds on blinds, a set's really good, unless you get a board like that one.
All right, William, are you ready for third?
I am ready for more punishment.
You ready to get? You want me to go first? Or?
You can go first.
Okay. I'll let you know what you have to get. Coming into the chat here. Oh, no. You're still running pretty bad. I got an 89.
I hate this game. Get this thing to do its thing. Go. Okay, chat. How badly am I going to lose here? Gamble 10. I'm gonna just get my wallet out now before I hit the button.
I feel like I might have to play for an hour or so, given how good I'm running after the stream.
Well, I mean, he's now 30% of the way. 30% of the way to a 1-2 buy-in.
Yeah.
I believe the min buy-in on 1-2 is $100, if I'm not mistaken. And Kyle now has $30, courtesy of
30 Lottie dollars.
30 knit bucks. 30 knit bucks. You know how hard it is to get those? Well, not that hard if you're playing in a tournament with me this year. I'm just like a piñata. Like, you just whack me and chips fall out. Matt has ace queen, and he's going to squeeze.
Oh, yeah.
130, and this has a good chance of working. He's got a pretty good hand. He's against a bunch of pretty weak hands. And look at that. Another pot going Matt's way. Another modest pot.
I feel like Matt's had ace queen quite a few times, actually.
Yeah.
Sometimes run it into better hands, though. Uncle T leading the way in V-pip. Measure of how many hands someone's playing. Matt, only 17% so far. That's
He's just above the
a bit
line.
snug.
He's above the line.
Above the...
He's not that nitty. He's above the line.
Didn't like him having his mask on.
Even I'm above the line usually.
Wait, I'm sorry? Yeah. He ended up taking it off. That's pretty interesting. Did he have a face?
He did.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. First time any of us. Yeah, yeah. Yo, sorry.
Pot.
Oh, put it back up.
Another great way to lose $10.
It is a great way to win or lose $10. But it can be a boost to an otherwise slow session if you get a scoop.
It sure can. Sometimes these will make or break your sessions.
Absolutely.
Like my biggest cash game win ever involved 2 insane bomb pots. Like where it went the right way.
The biggest pot I've ever won was on stream here, and it was a bomb pot.
The biggest pot I ever won was a bomb pot. That was not on stream. The biggest one I ever lost was not a bomb pot. That one did happen on stream. The infamous I hope you have aces hand against J-Stack.
Oh, no.
Do it before you look.
Calls my 4-bet saying, I hope you have aces. I had aces. And he flaps your pair.
Oh. What was he holding?
King 10.
King 10, wow.
Spades for B Hold'em and diamonds for B Hold'em. He's going to be feeling pretty scoopable, but Corey's got the nut spades. And he's got some straight outs. Johnny's got bottom set and a diamond draw of his own. He calls. Over to B holds him. Nut diamond draw. Baby spade draw.
That would have been.
Goes for the call. Over to Brian, who's going to get out of dodge. 3 ways we go to the turns. Diamonds come in on the bottom, so we have 2 players with the flush here. Johnny with the 10 high diamonds, but B holds him with the nut diamonds. Nobody else with an opportunity to beat him down there. Corey making it 250. He does have the spade draw. He also has a king. Johnny calling. He has bottom set, and he's got a 10 high flush. Living dangerously here, especially multi-way. We'll see if B Hold'em decides to call and keep it multi-way and pray the board doesn't pair, or if he decides to try and realize the equity right here, right now. Playing pretty deep. This is a pot limit game. Makes the call. Somebody bets river, he'll have the chance to get in on the river. 8 of hearts, that's clean. 8 of diamonds on the bottom. Doesn't make it any flushier. But spades miss. Check, 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 and B holds him wishing he would have bet the river himself. He's going to chop with Johnny. Set of 3's good on the top board. And that diamond's good to B holds him on the bottom. I can understand Johnny not betting there. He had a piece of both boards, but those are both fairly marginal pieces, especially 3 ways. And what do you do when B holds and pots you? Holding the nuts and being able to bet with impunity.
Oh yeah, and I see that it is very clear to punch out there already.
Yeah, it's over 9:40.
Back to Hold'em as we get into the last hour of the show. Power hour.
It's 8:45. We still have an hour. I think we're doing bomb pots on the quarter, aren't we? Whenever they tell me. I think I can find Who's on third?
I'm going to raise those 7s. Ace 10 for Corey, going to defend the straddle. Heads up, we go to the flop. Jack 5 deuce. Gonna be a whiff for both players here. Kevin will continue, holding his 3s. See if Corey decides to float over a backdoor. He'll do that. And that'll be a set of 7s for Kevin in case he was unsure. This would seem to remove any doubt that he has the best hands. Second set here. 90 the bet. Don't think Corey can call again. He's going to fold.
You're supposed to pay
Going to
down
have
for
to
that.
settle for what was in there already.
Shit.
Play some bomb spots as soon as we dust it off of those
Sorry, fellas.
Jack
What a
10
net.
for Chris.
Sorry, guys.
It's like a premium for this.
Out of position.
He holds and we're going to call some better space to 0.7.
Good thought.
Heads up. Person B holds him. No pair for anyone. Check, check. There's a pair. 10 for Chris. That bet will get B holds him out of there.
What did you say? Oh, God.
King Jack of Diamonds, we know someone who loves that hand. B holds him. Gonna raise it up to $35. Ace Queen 5 of diamonds and a club. Top pair. Backdoors for Kevin. Gutter. Backdoor diamonds for B Hold'em. Continuing for 60. Kevin not going anywhere yet. He's got a pair. In fact, he's got a top pair. Makes the call. Now he has two pair. It's more than one pair. See if B Hold'em decides to continue telling the story here. He does. 170, and Kevin's kicker problem was just solved. Probably another spot where you just call and let him keep firing, I think. Not a lot of rivers to be afraid of here. This is a rainbow board. Not a lot of straight draws available. But what do I know? He goes for what is basically a min click. He makes it 350. They're 15 minutes in the past, but I do think they're making a conscious effort to do the opposite of whatever I suggest. Which, if you're playing fantasy football, would be a sound move.
Yeah, pretty easy fold here for Do you hold him?
Yeah, you were bluffing. You got caught. Be glad that he spared you a river bluff. Unless you really feel there's a 10 coming.
He does have position. He might think he can take it away on the river, but that would be misguided.
Yeah. There's only 4 10s in the deck.
He just made the I'm folding face.
Yeah, card funeral.
This is a
We
card
gathered
funeral.
here
Yeah.
to remember the King Jack of Diamonds. We know somebody who really loved that hand, and well, sometimes this is what happens with that hand. Apparently, during the first half of that football game, the Raiders completed 0 passes to wide receivers.
It's usually
0.
not a good stat.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable.
What is a good stat is how many times you've had pocket kings being more than 0. And Uncle T going to check that box. Makes it $35. Sevens for Beholden at the wrong time. The only thing we're missing is the squeeze hands. Kevin with the chalked one nuts going to defend his straddle. The Jack Deuce. There's a deuce. Unfortunately for him, that deuce will not be a winner.
Gutter for Brian.
King's still comfortably ahead. 160 and sevens could consider the call here. I mean, it's 5 ways. I don't really love it. You do have a back door, but it's not going to get any cheaper. You call this, there's going to be at least $500 in the pot going to the turn. How big do you think the turn bet's going to be? And he's going to fold.
Go.
This probably just clears it out. Kevin can at least close the action, but it's a pair of deuces. And I will ask the question, why did we defend if we're going to have to fold when we flop a pair?
I know what y'all's respect ratio is.
And it was the goal to flop clubs and then hope you weren't up against better clubs. Like, what was the goal? So many people say pot odds, and they just blindly call. But how often are you going to realize that equity?
Spewing chips most of the time.
Yeah, like that's a leak. Like that's one of those things where you just sort of get bled.
Definitely adds up over the course of a longer session.
Especially that very long session that we call life. Just one long session.
Below the respectability.
Suited ace for Uncle T. It's a 30. He holds him in there again. Suited ace of his own. He holds him certainly not going to be bored tonight. Jacks for Kevin.
Here we go.
Makes it 85. Gets both aces to call. 3 ways we go. How about 3 unders and a flush draw? How about
No
3
such luck.
unders and they're paired and there's back doors? Don't think Kevin's going to get too many customers here. He makes it 110, a little under half pot.
Nobody too excited about a backdoor flush draw with a paired board.
Yep. Not that the 3-better is going to have too many sevens.
Behold, not quite ready to give up.
He does have the backdoor straight as well as the flush. And he
Might-
does get to close the action and be in position. He will call the 110, see if he can pick anything up on the turn, like maybe a 6 or a heart or a 6 of hearts or a 3 of spades, which would have been good for the other
Already
guy.
folded, yeah. Long flush draw.
Does pick up the gutter there. He's got the double gutter. The deuce or the
is
6. Now he gets checked to. He could just take a free river here.
Oh, wow.
Instead, he's going to go 2/3. He's going to make it 3-10, almost 2/3. It's like, well, you have an overpair. And, okay, B Hold'em can have some 7s.
He can have some 7s. Yeah, I was just thinking that. For Kevin, he's probably thinking, if I call this bet, how much am I going to have to call on the river?
Probably 800.
To find out if he has a 7 or not. Tougher spot than it looks like.
Way ahead or way behind?
I have a feeling he's going to fold.
You believe I'm gonna lay this down. I got a pretty stinky feeling there.
As you said, card funeral.
No right way to play that hand.
Yeah.
Sit fold,
No right way to play jacks.
Depends on what happens on the river.
Oh, that's bullshit.
Yeah,
It's complete bullshit.
I started saying he didn't have nut spades. I had nut spades.
What
That
did
second
he call
spade
85
hit.
with on the flop? I mean, free. He must have 8-7 there.
Yeah, that's probably good.
I had pocket
You had
jacks.
a pair of fours.
Big laydown.
You had what?
I had jacks.
That second spade would cost me money.
I mean, you could have had an overpair, but I'm thinking a different way.
I didn't have an overpair.
Might get to 100 hands today. Close, hand 75.
And a full game, that'll be a little bit harder. We got at least 2 more bomb pots tonight. I think it'll probably
Definitely
be
go
about
slow.
95.
90. Yeah, it feels like it's typically just a hair under
Yeah.
100 hands.
Shorter hands of game, it'll go quicker. And also, if we didn't just go 5 ways to every flop, that would make it faster too. It adds more decision points on all the later streets. And Jack 9 deuce, 2 hearts is going to be an open enter for Kevin. Top pair for Uncle T. Makes it 50. Matt with his 2 overs.
Matt's
Done
had
with
an
it.
ace queen, I swear, 7 times.
I swear that hand might be worse than Jack's.
Actually, I was going to bring that up. I wanted to ask you. So, for me, jacks and ace queen are close to equal in hands that I loathe.
Yeah. On one hand, we have the jacks that have cost me piles of ICM last year. On the other hand, we have ace queen that last year didn't do its damn job. I was heads up for a ring. I was all in for a ring, and ace queen couldn't do its job.
Wow. What were you up against?
King queen.
Oh, wow. And, and you win that hand, you have a ring?
Yes. I have a ring.
Oh, that's brutal.
I don't have a ring. Look at my hands. I don't have a ring.
For the chat, I can attest. William just held his hands up. There is no ring.
Check Uncle T wins with his pair of jacks as the straight draw misses.
When did the king come?
The turn.
The turn. Brutal.
2 cards away.
I've been caught too many times already.
Heads up and me don't mix that well.
Check it out. I was open-ended.
Not my first disappointment, not my last disappointment.
You weren't playing my favorite hand, 18.
So yeah, ace queen's probably my least favorite hand.
Because I know everybody's going to be watching in 15 minutes.
I've never looked till
Of the
tomorrow.
playable hands, it's my least favorite. In fact, not that long ago, somebody was running a poll on Twitter. Which hand would you get rid of, ace queen or jacks? Like, this is a fairly common pain felt by Hold'em players everywhere.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. Especially out of position. Of course, that's true for any hand, but
Yeah.
it's too strong to not raise. Too strong not to call a 3-bet most of the time.
Thanks, man.
Saving you money. I said he's allowed to fold pre-flop.
Reverse psychology.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It works.
Would have been funny if you put the raise in. Yeah. I would have been like, wow. Yeah.
So Vegas scored again, but it was a pick 6, which doesn't do anything for me
Yeah,
at all.
wants me to call or fold, so I should
Because I need the Detroit defense to give the points up. Stupid Pratt.
I actually didn't know that. So that score doesn't count against the
The
points
defense has
allowed?
to give the points up. So if it's a defensive score, your defense isn't on the hook because they weren't on the field.
Understood, yeah.
I don't believe it. And what got him was I said something right before I jammed. He's like, oh my gosh.
Now, what I'd rather see is the interception taken back to the 2, and then they punch it in, and then the defense is on the hook.
So he started thinking,
Stream scenario.
like, double flip.
Yeah. The speech
He goes,
play.
oh, the speech play. That's what he said, the speech play.
Who's your quarterback?
I do that.
This week I ended up playing Bryce Young. Brock Purdy had been on the injury report, and he probably should have stayed on the injury report.
Did not play.
I think he's lost some IQ points the last couple of weeks, unfortunately, with the hits he's taken there.
I thought, oh, I didn't get away with that. Because he said the speech play. I'm like, well, that didn't work.
And I had hitched my wagon to Cincinnati, and Cincinnati's been a disappointment this year.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Joe Mixon, T. Higgins.
But they had a good Sunday this week.
Yeah, this week was okay against the Niners. Like, this was okay, but it's been a disappointing year. Between the two of them, I was expecting at least 100 more points by now.
You know what Billy likes?
I lost for a brutal reason this week because
Johnny, you know
I
what
wasn't
Billy
sure
likes
who to
baseball?
start at wide receiver, and I chose to bench DeAndre Hopkins, and as you know, he went berserk and scored 37 points.
Yeah, I left some points on the bench. I played Darren Waller at the flex position. He got hurt. And he's one of the preferred targets for the Giants. And then Tyrod Taylor got hurt anyway, so like that was never going to work out. Whereas like I could have found those few extra points from any of my bench players. That was the other thing. I didn't have Jerome Ford this week.
Bye week?
No. Like he was doubtful with an injury, and then he played. He only had a handful of carries though. Like he was on a pitch count, so he was not playable.
Supposed to be on the same Rangers team, Billy.
So it was a sloppy weekend. That's how the worst team in the league beats me.
I got very little out of Tony Pollard. That hurt. But it's on me. If I'd have just played DeAndre Hopkins, I would have won.
That's one.
Yeah, if I would have played Gabe Davis, I would have won. But I didn't want to play 3 Buffalo Bills.
Yeah.
When that's not a reliable team this year. That Buffalo is not what they were. And
No.
we all know Stephon Diggs was the favorite child.
Yeah.
The tight end was a nice pickup, though. I have the Kincaid.
Oh, okay. So you done well?
Well, he was the only active tight end for them last week, and he did score.
Even though I had backdoors,
But it's pretty sad when I thought Waller was my best choice
and the next bet was going to be
in the flex spot. And like I said, he got hurt.
I'm going to have to pick up a tight end pretty soon. I have Mark Andrews, and he has a bye coming up.
I previously had Ertz as well. He's on IR now.
Oh, I didn't hear he got hurt.
Yeah, I forget what the injury was. Like, he had a good few weeks to start the year. Like, one of those spots where it's like one of the best players on a bad team. Like, between him and Hollywood Brown.
Speaking of injuries, have you heard I don't think there's any substance to them, but the rumors that the Vikings will go after Tom Brady now that Kirk Cousins tore his Achilles?
I have not heard that rumor. I couldn't even tell you who the backup is in Minnesota right now.
I could not either.
And I think it's a lost season for Minnesota. Like, they did not have a great start anyway. And I'm not sure why you'd blow a bunch of money on
Commentators are commentating
on anybody, really. It's a lost
They're
season.
not doing it as like live.
Well, that's one thing when I was doing
Vikings,
Christian
box
was like,
score,
ooh, and I'm like,
passing. Jaron Hall. Who is Jaron Hall?
she's saying, yeah, watch out for him.
It always amazes me that these guys that end up being backup quarterbacks in the NFL and you don't remember them playing college football.
He played at BYU.
Oh, wow. I guess he probably played with Zach Wilson.
Maybe, and he's a rookie out of BYU.
Yeah, so they may have overlapped by a year or two.
I wish.
James going to play his Jack 9 as a 3-bet. We're finding out who a lot of backups are this year.
Yeah.
You wish, eh?
Yeah, I wish.
Pickett left the game yesterday.
I wish I didn't voluntarily put in that $30.
I didn't hear about him.
Yeah,
He also
I think it was a rib injury. Tyrod Taylor left the game.
saw that.
Hopefully he has better doctors than he had with the Chargers.
Yeah, it was a rib injury, and I heard them joke that he's going to say, I'll just play with the pain, because
Yeah, we don't want to avoid the needles. We don't need Dr. Nick showing up and
collapsing another lung.
yeah.
For those listening who don't know, Tyrod Taylor injured his ribs last year, got a painkiller shot, and they accidentally collapsed one of his lungs.
Yeah, that was a different team though. That was the Chargers. That we can't put that one on the Giants.
He's a good player, man. That Charlie Lau swing, you know, the release. Yeah. Charlie Lau taught all those guys to release their hands, and it's revolutionary. I mean, my coach has seen me do that. He's picked me up. Yeah, but it was a way of contact hitting, and the switching especially helped because it took away the over-dominance of whatever.
Chris going to squeeze the ace-4 offsuit. You're going to play it. I don't mind the squeeze. He goes pretty big, $200.
Yeah, Tony Gwynn, all those
Kevin deep enough that he could try and find himself a 7 if he wanted. And I think that's what he's going to do here. B holds him with 2 suited wheel cards. Is not going to try and make a low, which is a good thing since we don't have those in this game.
I have a strange feeling about the deuce 4 suited here on this flop.
Early 80s is when
Like it was going to completely miss.
Yeah.
late 80s, that's when
As really everyone misses on Queen Jack 10. Chris could bet the range.
That's going to have to get it done, right? You can't really continue the sevens here unless you get
yeah, Sammy
I think so.
That's when they got used.
so favorable. Chris's
One of the better ones.
three-betting range.
89, that's when you started seeing the mistake of,
Get a little suspicious.
you know, like, he's all but pawing at the ground like a horse, you know. But then you had guys
See
like
if that does it.
It was not my fault.
There we go. The top points, the top hours, as requested by our chat.
those guys put on.
Not anybody can run that.
No, he played for the Rangers. I remember thinking.
Mainly because back in the day, people would just spam the chat with those. But yeah, there's your leaderboard. I don't know the time span. Some of these names I haven't seen in quite some time. If you're on this list, say hi. If you happen to be watching, say hi. If you're not listening, come on back. ace-king suited, Brian is going to go for the 4-bet here. 210. And
That'll explode as soon as it starts.
this might be as far as we go.
T looks tempted to flop a set here.
He thinks the better of it, and I think Behold'em is going to think the better of the 6-3.
I had you killed, Billy.
Bomb pot, yo, bomb pot.
He's prepping for a bomb pot.
Who wants to bet pot in the dark?
Yeah, I mean, what do we got to do to get somebody to do that with a big hand, and somebody else actually has a big hand, and not some nonsense 6-3, which is how it keeps going.
Well, we're all in the dark come to turn anyway.
Has been pretty consistent. Seemingly only one person has a premium.
How good was that?
Looks like we were heading for another bomb pot.
Yeah, I'd probably get
Got about another half hour or so this evening. And we got the antes, and I think we're just waiting for the buttons to get pressed, and here we go. 4 cards, 2 flops.
comes the big dog.
Do you check your whole cards and bomb pots before or after?
Depends on my position.
What's that?
If I'm in the small blinds, I check even as the cards are being dealt. And then I don't look until I have to or until the river. Chris is going to look at the flopped nuts on the bottom, the Broadway, as well as an ace and a gutter up top. Just over to Uncle T, who has flopped a wheel with a 6 redraw, and he has nothing on the bottom. He makes it 50 though. Corey calling ace 8-4 deuce. He has 3 pair on the top. That's all he's got. Johnny calling king jack 7-3. Has king as an open ender and has not a lot else. Chris calling with the ace king 6-5. James folding the only spade draw. Understandable though. Not anything else to go with it.
10 high also
And,
not very
and the
exciting.
king nine flopped straight on the bottom, which is going to pair the board now, which is just what everyone wanted to see, right? Johnny picks up 3 jacks on the bottom. He also picked up a 7 on the top. Uncle T making it 340. Uncle T with the open enter to the better straight now to go with his flopped wheel. He has the one-way hands. He's going to just try and get it all right here, right now. Chris got one of the worst turns imaginable for his flopped straight. But now maybe sees a glimmer of hope with the open ender on the top to go with his ace. His open ender would be to the nuts as long as it's not a diamond.
It's the only thing tempting about it though, because
Yeah, lets it go.
you don't want to have to call that pot size bet again on the river.
Uncle T taking it all with some aggression.
He might be unstuck. It's very close.
I believe it.
Actually, basically even now. Uncle T,
Just
nice
about.
comeback.
We both had straights on the paired board.
At one point he may have been down
I
around
had the nuts
1,500.
Dorian Chris still up. Piles Beholds him up pretty good as well. Matt up a little bit. Slow and steady wins the race sometimes around here. And he's won a lot of small pots.
He's won a lot of small pots and he's gotten away when he's behind. Just hasn't really had a lot of big hands to work with.
Johnny's raise going to get 2 takers. Kevin and B. Holden, both of whom have hearts. Ten, 7, 7. That's a full house for Corey.
Oh, full house. Wow.
He might have a little bit too much of this.
Very good flop for 10-7.
Everyone checks. 4 of spades. Unfortunately for Corey, nobody has spades.
He's trying to let somebody catch up. But
Like, he's probably going to bet now and say, please have spades. Or at least have 9-8.
it's going to be pretty disappointed when I think it's 2 quick folds here.
There they go. Mr. Costa saying, let's go. Let's go. Anyone in particular you're cheering for?
I didn't know if you meant to post the Stroud. Yeah.
Oh, I was way down on the phone.
I really was watching this So it's
Aces.
at the worst possible time. Johnny had king queen and made it 110, and Kevin has ace ace, and he'll probably make it more than 110, especially on the small blinds.
Kevin's had a few big pairs.
375. I think once again he's going to get a disappointing result.
Yeah, Johnny's not going to.
If he were suited, he might. Offsuit, I think he's going to be less inclined, though. He does have position. Not enough hand, though. Mr. Costa, happy to see that there's live poker. Well, guess what? We got live poker on this channel pretty much every single day of the week. So you should all be sure to hit that subscribe button if you haven't done so already. On the air every Monday out of Austin with 2-5. We got the big game from Dallas on Tuesdays. Wednesdays, I think, are Dallas these days. Thursdays are Houston. Dallas final table for the weekly on Saturdays. We stream out of Houston sometimes on other days. We also have a secondary channel on YouTube called Texas Card House. And give that a sub. We sometimes stream out of there. In fact, I think we're streaming out of Houston as we speak on that channel tonight. And sometimes we're on the air over there from right here in Austin on Thursdays as well. So TCH Live, that's the main channel. Texas Card House, also worth a sub. Lots and lots of poker content for your enjoyment here.
Mr. Costa says subscribed and liked. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Love to see it. Over 50,000 strong.
It's a lot of subs.
And versus ace high, still good here. Four double pairs.
Oh shit, it's bottom at 8. Bottom at 8. Yeah.
Is that the trainer?
Three from Chris. Get the fold. And I'll tell you what, some of our commentators are even better at this than I am. Certainly know more about poker. So how long have you been playing poker, Kyle?
Been playing for about 20 years.
It's a long time. You got me beat.
But there was a gap in there. But resumed playing. Actually, Texas Card House here in Austin is what got me back into playing regularly. I came here, played a tournament, finished second my first time, so I was kind of hooked.
That's how they pull you in.
Kept coming back, and now I'm more. I know you're correct me if I'm wrong, I'm a little bit more leaning toward tournament play, but
Definitely.
I'm more of a cash game player at this point. But yeah, so I've been playing at Texas Card House now for a little over 2.5 years or so.
Nice. Yeah, I cashed the first tournament I ever played. It was a tiny tournament at a little room up in the Seattle area. It was not long before I moved to Texas, actually. I decided to pick up poker a little bit more seriously and found my way down to the old TCH, the original South location. I go back that far. Like, I've been in the scene actively about 7 years now. As we see, a 4-liner, and James has the 6, which is the good one.
So it was 7 years the totality of how long you played?
Yeah, I wasn't seriously in poker until then. Nothing beyond like a 10-20 cent game after work. I got at the company I was at in Seattle. Mr. Costa, if anybody's interested in playing in this game, they can get on the list. They can contact TCH Austin and ask to get on the list. In the description for these videos, there's a link to a forum if you're interested in getting on TCH Live, be it here in Austin or Dallas or Houston, the 3 locations we stream out of. And you can fill out that form there and get connected with production that way. So, yeah, just express interest, and we can probably get you in here. And we even get players from out of town. Like, we had a guy all the way from New York a couple weeks ago. He had himself a good night, too, Biddy.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And it turns out we have a mutual friend in the poker industry. Always fun to have a fellow New Yorker around as well, even if it's the other ends of New York.
Yeah, I've definitely been at the table here with folks from really all over the country at times, especially some of the, you might even get at the table or on the table with a well-known poker vlogger. That certainly happens.
It does happen. We get some names here sometimes. Ace Queen and Ace Jack back to do some battle here. That's a lot of clubs, and that's a lot of wheel cards. And Johnny Vibes, not that Johnny Vibes, the other one, has the steel wheel gut shot. Ace Queen high, the best hands anyway. We've had one steel wheel tonight. We had it on the bomb pot. We just didn't know until the end. Kevin going to make it $100, and
Johnny making sure he has the club.
Yeah, which can be a bit of a tell sometimes. Like, they recheck the cards. Sometimes it's just, or in fact, often it's just an offsuit hand as the 5 pairs. And in fact, I saw a vlog just today where the vlogger was discussing that exact tell.
Sometimes you were talking about reverse tells earlier. Occasionally, if I already know that I have the flush, I'll recheck my cards to make it appear that I still need another whatever suit is out there.
Here we are just giving the keys to the castle. The line in Rounders, you spot a man's tell, you don't say a effing word. What happened to that?
Lots of different ways to play this game. That's what's so beautiful.
Check, check. The ace-queen is going to be good for Johnny. Didn't even need the steel wheel. Though that would have been a lot more fun. A lot more fun.
Speaking of tough to make hands, have you ever had a royal flush in a live game?
I've had a few.
Wow.
Being a tournament guy, they seem to happen in tournaments mostly. And all you get is the pot. No promo or anything there. Now, actually, I've had 2 different times. I've been all in a tournament and made a royal flush.
Wow.
Second base is busy.
I've made it online. Never live.
Yeah. I made one in a mixed game once. It was a really stupid game we have in Austin called Sassy, which is this horrific stud variant where you end up with a jillion cards. But it only took me 6 cards to make the royal, which is a more legitimate number of cards.
Do you play Big O as well?
I occasionally play some Big O. In fact, I was playing Big O Just yesterday up in Oklahoma as part of a Big Bet Knicks tournament I was playing up there. It was Hold'em, PLO, Big O, Noah Matus. My personal favorite. As we see...
I find Big O to be pretty fun.
I like that because there for a while it seemed like
Definitely not an expert, though.
But you know, these guys.
Is anybody really an expert?
I don't think you can be an expert at Big O. I think you just need to play often enough that you run you run well.
Make the nuts and get quartered. That's
Yeah.
the trick.
Look, the longevity is crazy. 33 seasons, 160.
The first round, like we play 7 hands of each game in that tournament. It's a rotation. The first round was Hold'em, and we were a short-handed table. There was like 4 of us. It's 7 max because of the deuce to 7. In that 7 hands, I made 2 pair 3 times. I won 1 pot. That's how my night
I believe it. Yep.
in Hold'em. To say nothing about the other games.
Yeah.
Like the next round is PLO, and I found myself all in. We were playing a Jimmy Big Wine Steep. I find myself all in, and we chopped. Like we both flopped the nuts straight, and we both had backup.
Oh wow.
And mine was actually better than his, and it all worked. Like he had top 2, I had the nut flush draw, and we got a couple of dud cards on the run out. And yeah, like that's just how it went. Like the only times I picked up chips were some like dopey Omaha hands. Like there was one where there's like a 4-way all-in in Big O, and I somehow gained chips despite winning none of the main pot.
Oh, he's out.
Like I scooped like 2 side pots, and
It did, but his foot was his.
I think it's amazing.
Still
how many
came out
times
on
those
top.
guys get that right.
I came out ahead chip-wise. The guy who won the main pot came out a lot further ahead chip-wise. Somebody bet here, please. Thank you, Chris.
Chris will be the hero. Hero that we need. Also has the best hand.
Johnny gonna make the call. Well, that's a recipe for a check if I ever saw one.
They're
Front
not
door
tight.
coming
They're
in.
a lot tighter in that than they used to be. I mean, it was always they would look for the
Probably check.
barrel of
Both
bat
have showdown
coming out.
value.
But now it
Chris will
because
just turn
it's
it
the
over.
plate, across the plate, and those guys really got it tighter. You used to get away with that crap.
I'm so gonna lose this freaking game. Which, by the way, the Vegas defense, despite allowing 26 points, has 10 fantasy points right now. Thank you, pick 6. I played the Giants this week, though. I picked up the Giant defense. Somebody beat me to it. I think it was Aaron, actually, that beat me to the Jet defense on waivers.
Aaron?
Yes, that one.
8 hours.
And
There was some heavy
I had to sell for the Giant defense playing the pretty awful Jets, and that worked out. And I'm holding on to Vegas, though, because they got the Jets and the Giants in the next 2 games, and those teams still suck.
They certainly
If the Giants are on quarterback number 3, they're really going to suck. You know what's not going to suck? Johnny's hands. Johnny has red kings.
James does have a big hand buster.
Suited connector.
Yeah, it's much
His
harder
suit
to
is
hit
wide,
the wicket than it is
all the
to
way
hit
wide.
ball.
I think he'll call here.
The wicket's behind the plate.
Yeah, that's the.
I don't know,
A
you
king
did-
and a wheel card and 2 clubs. How about that?
Let's go.
A king.
Got part
we
of
got
it.
one of those.
That's
And we
gonna
got
shut it down,
nothing
though.
else.
Yeah, I've noticed with Broadway pocket pairs, if you flop top set, a lot of times it's hard to get paid.
He won't get paid here.
Block basically everything else somebody could have.
But are there bases? Do they run?
So like each side that they bat on, like there's a line, so they have to get over that line.
So yeah, there's like it's back and forth. It's not like
One batter gets like 5 pitches from the next batter.
I did see
You
one
tricked us
that
again,
this
Kristen.
guy made-
Well, they don't have a glove. They use their hands. Right?
Yeah, and he made a diving catch with his.
You
bare
tricked
hands.
us by being there instead of Mel, and now you've tricked us with that piece of information.
Yeah, no, it's
It's a bluff. That's what it is.
Uncle T with Snowman.
Yeah.
Does it not break the bats?
Oh, they're
thinner paddles. What
No,
are they made of?
when you look at them, they're triangular. on
Kristen,
the
our
back.
producer, tonight
Solid
pressing the
wood.
buttons.
If you ever hit somebody in the head with one of those things, it would just take
Also, making these lineups,
And you see the replays.
and it's a good lineup, just not some good cards. We can't really control that, but
Not a lot of big clashes, but it happens.
Extra heavy baseball.
Yeah, not aluminum, not hollowed out, just solid steel. Sledgehammer bat.
Kristen
fluff they
also.
wanted to see. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, Kristen also letting us know 5 more hands to go. Maybe we get a big heads-up matchup.
We can only hope. Want to take money from me one more time?
Let's do it. You deserve some back. You can't run. Do you want to?
I'll just get
Do you want to go
disappointed
first?
up front. I'll just get disappointed right now, yeah.
Okay. Well, maybe that'll turn your luck around.
Gamble
That's the only
10.
natural wonder.
I think you're going to get 24.
That wouldn't surprise me.
Why is it the worst one?
Mr. Costa, the minimum buying on this 2.5, I believe,
Ooh.
is $300. The initial max is $2,000, and then it's matched to stack after the first hand. And sometimes you do have an early huge pot, and then suddenly everyone tops up and everyone's playing $4,000 deep. And we have an even bigger game in Dallas tomorrow, the 5-10-25, which is uncapped. And they're playing 5 figures, and Corey going to put some figures in here with Ace-King as I roll an 82.
I've never
Good luck.
seen it from the Canadian side once, but
Have you ever heard of Iguazu?
Yeah, it looks like you might have this one locked up, Lati.
no, is that like the tallest?
No, it's the biggest. Like
If I beat you on this one, I have to say you really are running bad.
It's right where there's a piece of Argentina across.
I feel like I might owe you $10 back.
You just have to hit an open-ended straight draw. That's all you have to do here.
Supposed to be the most volume going over.
It's true. It's basically exactly that.
7-6 suited against Ace-King. 7 in the window. 7-6 out ahead here on Queen 7-4. 2 overs for Corey, though. As you usually have with Ace-King, you generally do have overs.
People are already telling you good game.
Yeah,
Is
your
that
art shot's very friendly when you think on the roll there. Corey continuing for 150.
Just funny, you were like facing directly at me and I turned right to you. And you just
Brian calling with his middle parent back doors. To the turn we go.
Looking in the eyes.
There's the deuce. The Ace-King's still good.
So hard.
I cuss her in the car. I'm like, dude, I'm trying not to kill myself while texting, so just listen to my voice.
Yeah.
Just because she's not from East Texas.
No, my girl's Australian. She's fucking hot. My wife hates her.
You use the Australian?
Brian wants to do here.
I guess he's maybe checked already and the button didn't get pressed.
This is like a week-old phone.
It's going to be tough to continue with just a pair of 7s here.
450, and yeah,
Yeah, he
the
lets it go.
aggression's going to get it done.
Okay.
Moment of truth.
Are you ready?
Moment of truth.
She'll say, turn left.
Incoming.
The gamble is sent.
And it's like, she does it with this really sing-song. Like, I don't know what she said, baby, but I'll do it.
I'm digging it. I'm digging it.
Hold our breath.
That's just so funny because it should be
Redemption! I at least got the moral victory of not getting shut out. I will say, welcome
That was
back
a
to this
terrible
$10
roll.
bill that's just been handed to me.
Get one of those things that like that whole
For those just listening, you can go into the chat and you can put exclamation point gamble and use a certain number of your loyalty points. And
Gotta be at least 10.
William and I have been once each hour having a little fun game. $10 a roll.
And a little side action here, as commentators often do around here. And you earn these points. Every 10 minutes you can earn one by typing anything in the chat, even if it's just points. And you get a point that way. I don't know how well it works, but at one point you earned points by watching. I don't know if that's even working these days. You also earn some number of points by making a monetary contributions to the show in the form of a super chat, which does go directly to the production for the show and the people working on it. Some great people working here. And you get some number of points. I have no idea what the rate is, though. But that's also a thing. And Johnny taking that one with a little aggression. Thanks for watching RS Actuary. Got a few more hands here.
Yeah.
Well, it's so tall. What's the relief of that rock?
It's probably Niagara-like. It's probably 140, 150 feet.
Win tacos on the side that says Haliaz.
So you can like walk for miles.
Tacos is always a good bet. Everybody loves
Yeah, it's a
tacos.
piece of Argentina that's across the river.
That is one of the things you can buy with $10.
That's true too.
You can even buy an entire egg with $10. Jack 9 suited for Brian. Immediately gets 3-bet by Corey with the King Queen. Ace Jack for James. Just folds the Ace Jack offsuit. Doesn't decide to get frisky there. Corey just takes it.
That one in Monument's really cool, but it's just because it's
to
so
the next hand.
it's really skinny, but it's so
Yeah, I
bleeding
think
hot.
that's the one that
The
was
water
like-
We're
doesn't
led to
even-
believe our second to last hand. I'm guessing we finish on a bomb pot. That's just a guess. We usually finish
We
on a
do.
bomb pot, so
Yep.
National Park Monument Valley, whatever they call it. The one where they have
Final
the-
hold'em hand,
The one from
most likely.
Well, you don't remember close to the honors of Shine probably. But there's a famous mountain that's just a big basalt.
on hand 96.
I think it's that one.
Here we go. Brian with Ace King. See if we can get some fireworks here. Oh, and Queens.
There's the fireworks. They saved the best for last, perhaps.
Let's go.
110, the 3-bet. Brian, like, come on, man. Again?
You know, like Hawaii, I forget which island it was on. They were like super high.
Yeah, the Maui's got some good ones. No, I tried to get a
Brian with a little bit shorter of a stack. I mean, still $1,000, of course, but
So do we get the 4-bet or do we get the call? And we're going to get a call, looks like. Heads up we go, 237 in the middle. Ace in the
Ace
window,
for
which
Brian.
is the nightmare for the Queens.
I just realized I was like,
It's also the upside of just piling it in pre-flop if you're the Ace-King.
insta check from Brian. I think he knows he's got to let Corey catch up or believe he's ahead.
He's going to check again. River is. River is. Something that Corey wants to bet. He's going to get snap called. Clearly not a queen if we see Brian turning his hands over.
Honestly, not particularly exciting, but well played by Brian. The only way he was getting more money in that pot is by
Get a
checking
bluff,
down.
yeah. And that was a jack on the end, the jack paired. Not sure why that didn't scan. So, on to a bomb pot to finish this out.
See that coming without a 4-bet.
Thanks again for watching, everybody. One more hand. Be sure and join us again tomorrow from Dallas. The big game. I believe it's a 5-10-25. I'm sure they'll have lots of action out there, and it's much bigger pots than we have in this little 2-5. Little 2-5. This is bigger than any 2-5 in the country. Everything's bigger in Texas, including the stakes.
Very true.
Pretty much everything in Texas plays bigger than the number says.
and the cat had peed on it. Like,
1-2 in Texas plays a lot like 2-5 in Vegas.
It sure does.
Oh no, the first time?
At least in terms of the dollar amounts, I think the play is a little bit more fun here in Texas.
Oh, absolutely. Yes. Dollar amounts, yes. More fun here. Absolutely.
9-5 deuce, 2 clubs. Looks to be our first flop as we're sorting out the scanner, I think. I wonder if it's that jack that was stubbornly not scanning. King, queen, 6, 2 spades. Did I say 6? Things got crossed up. It got crossed up.
Now it's fixed.
Matt's got some things. Like Matt has at least 2 pair and a club draw. Unless I'm totally losing my mind.
Believe you're right. 2 pair and flush draw.
Scanner doesn't want to play nice. Set of deuces for Brian, calling B. Hold'em's signature $10 bet with the relative air ball. Chris has the king high club draw.
Set for
He's got
Brian.
the king, yeah, there's a set in there.
Bottom set. Not very exciting in a bomb pot.
Clubs come in, and 4 on the bottom. And get to see the action eventually. $75 from Chris, who has the king high clubs that he's just turns himself. Aces have to exit here. James, just the king, has to get out as well. Queen high clubs for Matt could get him in some trouble here. Does have queens and 6s on the bottom, so he'll probably feel like he's got half somewhere. Unfortunately for him, B. Hold'em has turned a set of 4s on the bottom. So the queens and 6s gonna need some help as they do make the call there. I doubt B. Hold'em thinks that his straight draw is good on the top. Brian out of there with a set of deuces, understandably so. Johnny calling, we don't know what that 4th card is. Jack 9-5, 9s and 5s for sure. Another club, 3 of clubs, and the queen pair is on the bottom, which is 4s full of queens for B. Hold'em, and queens full of 6s for whoever had queen 6. I've already forgotten. They're piling money in, and the graphics haven't caught up yet.
Get there. It's like most likely B. Hold'em has the bottom.
No, Bat has queens full of 6s.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And Chris has the king high clubs, which we know is going to be good on the top. The nobody else can have the ace high clubs, so. Bunch of money piles in before it gets to B. Hold'em, who has bottom boat. This could get him off the hook. This could get B. Hold'em off the hook. He only has bottom boat. He only has a one-way hands. He should be folding here as much as it sucks to fold bottom boat.
Yeah, he's going to let it go.
Does let it go. And Matt potted over Chris's bet. I have no idea what Johnny did or didn't do. I assume he folded. He folded. And yeah, that is a chop there. So that's going to be the king high clubs and the queens full of 6s. All right, so that'll get chopped up. And I think we're going to run through these stats before we call it an evening here. Well, at least there were a bunch of chips put in our last one.
Yeah, we got a lot of chips in the middle.
There was some dead money that got chopped up with these V-pips one last time of the players that finished. Uncle T and Chris, our most active players. Big winners, Corey, Chris, B. Hold'em, and Matt also booking themselves some wins this evening. So good nights for them. And do we have any more sets, or is that it? That's it. Okay, so time to sign off then. We'll thank our dealers, Carly and Maui, pitching those cards as they do so well this evening. Thank our production staff, Kristen, Mel, David, making this show happen, the lineups, the button pressing, the highlight videos you see on our channels, all that. And on behalf of everyone here and my partner, Kyle, I'm going wide of the New York Knit, wishing